Alright, let me make sure this is working. Oops, I'll try to check this one, check this one. Okay. Alright, let's get vertical sources, scenes. Checkity check check. All right. Okay. Let's go to Ferry. Let's go down real. Let's go live on everything. I think we're good.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay. Grand sliding in with the $2 super chat already. Wow.
A new flash flood.
Grand, I appreciate you. Wow. Thank you. I literally just turned on the stream. We've been live for a grand total of like 120 seconds, 2 minutes. Well, this is good news. No tornado warnings on the ground right now. That's fantastic. Lots of conditional, though. 70 plus mile per hour winds, 80 mile per hour winds. Right here, about to move. They're moving through Rotan, down to the southwest of Hamlin. This is what we knew was possible. Whoa, what is this? This is definitely destructive. Wow. Thing almost looks like it's trying to go tornadic as well. Speaking of that, let's look at some of these. Yeah, that's that derecho setup. OKC's got some strong storms split up to the northeast and southwest of it right now. But these storms... 80, 70 mile per hour winds, 4-inch hail, 80 mile per hour winds. Yeah, 80 mile per hour winds, 4-inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds, 2-inch hail. So this line right here is doing some damage. Moving towards Abilene and towards Graham, Texas. This right here is doing some damage. Got some storms up in Missouri as well. We kind of need to focus on this a little bit. 4-inch hail. Rotan. It's getting big hail. Yeah, that was quick. We had some insane structure in Joplin earlier, along with pretty strong rotation. The winds were crazy. Yeah, I bet I saw that. I saw that happen developing on the HRRR this morning. The stuff north of OKC is coming my way. Yeah, luckily no warning on it just yet. We'll have to see if these storms develop a little more. Again. Just to remind everyone, and I just got on stream, so give me a second to answer questions, but just to remind everyone, I went over it with my mods this morning, but we see this low-level jet turning on at like 11 p.m. Central. So like 2 to 3 hours, we see this low-level jet beginning to pump into north central and northeastern Texas. So we're going to get a ton of low-level shear. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens as we get later into the evening. Again, right now, we're looking at considerable 70 to 80 mile per hour plus gusts along this boundary with 2 to 4-inch hail. Sterling City, Abilene.
New information. This severe
Haskell. Seymour. What's going on, everyone? Hope everyone's having a good night. Thanks, Marissa. People still just say I feel like no matter how many times the mods are like, let us know the region, not the small town. People are just gonna keep giving me small towns. It just takes me so long to look up these small towns. Yeah, you try. It's okay. West Virginia Panhandle. Heard tornado watch out. There's a tornado watch out. I mean, you guys kind of have like 2 panhandles, don't you? This tornado watch has been up all day. It expires in an hour. We're not looking too bad out there right now. Not looking too bad out there. You do got some strong thunderstorms moving through Martinsburg, Berkeley Springs, Hancock, but not severe warned or anything like that right now. We've got another destructive storm. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. We've got 80 plus mile per hour winds, 70, 70. Yeah, like I said, we are seeing 70 mile per hour winds along this entire line right here with 70 to 80 plus with 2 to 4 inch hail. We've got 70 plus mile per hour winds out here as well, moving through Childress, I think. That's my nightmare trying to pronounce names on stream. Here we go. Look at this down here. 80 plus mile per hour winds observed. 3 inch hail. In the middle of nowhere. That's good. Black Gap Wildlife Management Area. Very strong thunderstorm down there. I think that's the destructive storm that we just got that was just yelling at us. Gonna keep my eyes on these for a little bit, but not as intense up here as it could have been, but we do see, and we did see on the models, continued 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts as this line approaches Dallas tonight in the surrounding areas like I've circled here. So this thing looks to hold on. And like I said, that low-level jet's going to intensify too throughout the night. So this isn't going to be your typical, like, oh, as we get later into the evening, these storms are going to weaken a little bit. I mean, eventually they will, but not for a while. Not for a while. We got to watch this. Yeah, Dallas, we could still have, that catastrophic wind damage threat in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth region with some of these supercells. Or destructive, sorry, not catastrophic, destructive. The flash flood emergencies are considered catastrophic. I mean, destructive, catastrophic, you know. Southwest Missouri had 70 plus already today. Sirens blue. Another line of storms moving through southwestern Missouri, and we got a frontal boundary here and here. Not looking like any super big hail cores or anything like that, but you could get some strong winds out of those. What's going on with South Carolina coast tomorrow? Yeah, you guys are getting some, I mean, I could pull up, let me pull up, I don't even think, do we have radar Omega open? I don't even have it open right now. Oh, look at that, stretch that 5% out. Let's look at, really quickly, I just want to look at our updated wind threat. Yep, they still have Dallas in that 45% hatch wind. Texarkana is really close to that 30%. Tyler's in it. Shreveport is close. Yeah, going into tomorrow, we've got... Okay, the 00Z is loading. It's not going to let us go far enough, though, so we're going to have to go all the way back to the 18Z.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I might turn off the sounds on that because on a night like tonight... Well, I'll just keep it quiet. On a night like tonight, there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, as we push into tomorrow, here we go. Strong to severe thunderstorms start pushing through South Carolina. The Carolinas at around 3 to 4 Eastern, so let's call it mid to late afternoon. And then through the evening time, here we go. Overnight, could see some heavy downpours and some more strong thunderstorms. Your severe is probably with that discrete mode out ahead, though, right here. This is probably more of your severe. So late afternoon and into the evening hours. Anyways, destructive 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts were being observed in here. 2 to 4 inch hail, guys, moving out to the east towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Yeah, there's some storms in Virginia. Nothing severe right now. Here's what we're looking at. Some strong storms moving out to the east towards Tappahannock, however you pronounce that. And Yeah, some strong storms down here moving into Cumberland. But nothing severe right now. At least nothing labeled severe. Let's take a look at these velocities. There's pretty decent winds around King William. Not too bad. Not too bad. New tornado warning. Almost 2-inch hail, so we definitely have strong updrafts up here. About to move through Ardmore. Here it is. We could have a little couplet right there. Ardmore get into a safe spot. Ardmore, Lone Grove, Dixon, Glen, Springer, Oklahoma. Get into a safe spot. Bottom floor of your home. Interior, in a closet away from windows, storm shelter, or basement. We do have a little bit of a couplet here. We need to watch out for this. Ardmore. I'm going to hold this here for a second so you guys can see where we're at. This is our tornado warning. This is our, you can actually see it trying to rotate in here. Here's our potential tornado right here. Had it out into this direction.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I can't draw, guys. Headed out in this direction. So if you're out here, get into a safe spot. Anyone out in this area?
New information.
Thanks, Hogwarts. We got another game tomorrow.
Storm warning has been updated.
You just know of the storms in Juan? Juan what? Wait, Texas?
New severe
Wait.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Is that... The Missouri, Kansas was moving crazy? These storms out here? Earlier? Southwest Missouri. They had observed 90 miles per hour earlier. Yeah, I think we're going to get over 100 tonight. I think we'll see an over 100 tonight. We'll see. Hopefully not, but based on what I've been looking at, I think we may see over 100 mile per hour observed. We've probably already had over 100 mile per hour gusts, but probably just not observed. But I think we'll probably get it observed. Sirens blew because of the winds, yeah. And because the tornado could have dropped. Yep. Tulsa was rough. Yep, DFW got a little bit of time. We're still looking at potentially 11 central to midnight for you guys. So quite a while still. Around could be still up at least 3 hours. Let's see what these storms are moving at now. 30 miles per hour to the southeast. About an average pace, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Marshall, Texas. Oh, I should have stretched before I sat down. I haven't stretched all day. You got some strong storms moving into Marshall, Texas, just to your north. Not severe. Maybe a tiny bit of a hail core moving into Jefferson, but these look to just move to the north of Marshall. Maybe skirt along the northern edge of Marshall, but these aren't labeled as severe. They don't look too severe right now. This one's got a little bit of winds in it. Lone Star, moving towards Ore City, Texas. Will Edmond, Oklahoma get more storms tonight? Thunder showers. Maybe just thunder showers. You're not likely to get more severe weather. Not impossible, but not very likely to get any more severe weather. Just some rain. Do you expect tornadoes in DFW tonight? Or is the biggest threat wind? It's not impossible. Here's the thing. Let me go into the latest. NTX and Billy, I appreciate you guys. So, again, guys, tornado warning right beneath me. If you're in that area, it's radar indicated 2-inch hail. Murray, Oklahoma, Carter, Oklahoma. We'll go back to it in a second. Look at what's happening with our LLJ, low-level jet, tonight. Watch northeastern Texas closely here, folks. Nothing, right?
This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Wait, are we? Oh my god, I'm on the Euro. What am I doing? I was like, that's not right. Here we go, guys. Look at this. Oh, so this is downtrended a little bit, but still. You see what happens out here? This is as we get into around 1 to 2 a.m. Some Some strong low-level shear. We've got potentially, this was a downtrend from earlier, 70, not maybe 80, around 83 to 85 mile per hour winds just above our heads here. It's not impossible to get some rotation because of this and some more, and actually to see some of these potential derecho type supercells intensify because of it. Here you go. That's earlier. That's midnight, 1 a.m. as it's moving through Dallas. Question, Elijah, you in the back? Warnings are all the warnings are scrolling at the bottom, guys. 1 active tornado warning, 21 active severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me go into this tornado warning again. I'll keep answering questions. We do have a little couplet right here. It's about to move into Ardmore, Oklahoma. I feel like I say the same names every single stream. I feel like some of these cities are magnets for tornadoes. Ardmore, Dixon, Oklahoma. Get in a safe spot. It's hard to tell if this thing is on the ground, but you can tell there's rotation in the clouds. So, very well could be. We saw a little bit of a hook in here earlier as well. So, take precaution. Get into a safe spot, please, if you're out here ahead of this storm. Newport, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Honestly, like the old transition screen. I don't know why. Listen, I can't win. I can't win. Anytime I do, people told me they didn't like it, so I switched it. This one's custom, though. I made this one from scratch. We're getting high winds and thunder already. Where are you, Loco? Are you in Ardmore? I live in Abilene, and it's coming. Let me see. Oh, yeah, there is something moving into Abilene here in a second. Abilene, yeah. Yeah. This right here. Oh, there it is. You're right. 90 mile per hour radar indicated gust 4-inch hail. We were looking at this earlier. It was 80 mile per hour and 4-inch hail. Now it's 90. I mean, not much of a difference, but it's this is coming. It's gonna get close to Abilene for sure. This is a beast of a supercell right here, guys. This right here is a derecho. Let's actually see if we can take a look at it in Radar Omega, if we can see some of these velocities a little closer. Yeah, 90 mile per hour wind, softball size hail, damage threat, destructive. Let's take a look at some of these winds on the radar. There it is, 96 miles per hour. That's almost 100 mile per hour radar indicated right there. Just out to the northwest of Abilene. 96 mile per hour radar indicated. Oh, I saw it 105 mile per hour winds radar indicated. This is not a tornado. That is just straight line winds moving across the ground. 105 miles per hour. About 10 miles per hour short of a major hurricane. So this is about to move through. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is moving through Sylvester right now. I'm concerned. I don't know if anyone is in Sylvester in this stream, but Sylvester's, you could see easily. You could see 100 plus mile per hour gusts moving straight through Sylvester. Let's look at base. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're seeing 100 mile per hour winds moving across the surface. There's 98.43. This is radar indicated, but this is kind of what we were seeing on the models as potential. This thing is a beast. Wow. Trent, Merkel, Holly, Ty, Abilene, get ready. Hopefully this thing doesn't continue to long track with these winds, but it might. Right now, Lubbock, you're looking pretty clear. You got this gust front that just moved out to the west of you. You probably were a little bit windy there for a second. This thing is strong, man. Oh my gosh. They might go 90 mile per hour radar or 100 mile per hour radar indicated. We saw 105 in here. Yes, DFW stay weather alert. We're looking more towards midnight for you guys, give or take an hour, but the entire state of Oklahoma is a magnet, yeah. Real one, yeah, not a bad idea. Slaughterville, Oklahoma. What a name. You guys just have these, what looks like general thunderstorms right now, but you do have some strong thunderstorms moving in from your west. 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts with inch hail. So again, considerable damage threat up there. Did they drop our tornado warning? No, they didn't. Let's take a look at it again. Let's just get an update on Ardmore. We've got 2-inch hail and a radar indicated tornado. Still a little bit, actually kind of a tighter couplet in here now. We may have a little bit of something here. About to cross over I-35. If that's what that road's called. And so this looks like it may go just to the north of Admore, but Admore getting a safe spot. Dixon, this is headed towards you in Oklahoma. Tornado warning right here. Oh my gosh. Are they saying there's not a tight couplet in here. I can tell you that. But you can see rotation right here. There's rotation right here. Watch as this plays out. See that spinning? It did develop a little bit of an inflow region too as it's moving forward. You can see it right there. So, tornado on the ground. Or there's a radar indicated tornado, but we have tornadic winds on the ground, on the surface already. Headed out towards Markle, Trent, Noodle, Texas, Abilene, Howley. Just get ready. Have a plan. Basement, storm shelter, bottom floor interior of your home in a closet, away from windows. Interior. All right. Let's move back up here. I mean, these are all, you have to assume almost all of these are considerable damage threat to destructive damage threat. We've got indications of tornadoes, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds up and down this line here with anywhere from 1.5 to 4-inch hail. The strongest storms right now do look to be Seymour all the way down to about Big Spring, Texas, moving out east.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
What's going on, Blondie? I appreciate you. Someone asked about Western Kentucky. We do have storms out here moving towards Western Kentucky. Pretty far away, though. That's probably going to be I can quickly run the models, the HRRR. Let's go into convection allow and HRRR. And if we take a look at our OOZ for tomorrow. Could get we could get a nice little squall line moving into there around 6 a.m. Pushing through Kentucky throughout the morning and early afternoon, yeah. Stay updated on these tornadoes here. They're actually, I don't know if we have any cameras down here. Mods, let me know if there's any cameras in any of these areas in Texas that I can pull up anywhere out here or anywhere down here. If you find any, just throw me a link in the Discord. And I'll love you forever, even more than I already do. Let's see. Okay, so we've got traffic cam. Yeah, because I think Oklahoma City's always in. They're all right around OKC. We do have some out there near McAllister. I don't think we're gonna have a good view, but let me just check on it. Is it still bright out there? Yeah, I guess you guys are 2 hours behind. Okay, this McAllister cam isn't bad.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, let me just mute this 1 second, guys. All right. My boyfriend said it's going to pass over DFW and completely miss us. Is that true? No. I mean, you guys may not get one of the destructive supercells. That's 100% possible. You're going to get thunderstorms. You're not going to avoid thunderstorms. There's a wall of thunderstorms headed your way. This is what we call an MCS, mesoscale convective system. It's moving over Dallas tonight at around midnight. Now, hopefully, there's stronger cells embedded within this MCS. 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5. We'll see how that develops. 6. So you don't want one of these little cells to move directly over you, but it's the thunderstorm as a whole is going over you. You should want to get lucky and not have one of those cells moving over your head. Sirens went off in Ardmore. Here, let's take another look up here. Sirens should be going off in Ardmore, yes. It does look like if we do have a tornado, though, it's up to the north. We have a little bit of circulation here, too. It's really hard to tell. It's a really, really rough look. Yeah, if I had to put money on it, I'd say we're probably in here. But just make sure you're in a safe spot. It's pretty distorted radar there. Make sure you're in a safe spot. Okay, this storm down here out to the northwest of Abilene, down to 2.5-inch hail. Did they just suddenly drop off that 90-mile-per-hour gusts? They just dropped it right off. That's shocking. I mean, we clearly still have very strong winds down at the surface here. I'm not sure. Where did this severe thunderstorm warning go? Are they just keeping it as tornado warn now? That's weird. Like, why? Who's making these decisions? All right. All right. All right. Still, they're heading down towards Trent, Markle, Ty, Abilene. Radar indicated tornado. Get in a safe spot. Yes. It's still a pretty good distance from Abilene, but, you know, I would be paying attention. I would at least have your plan. You don't have to move this second, but I would just have a plan. This is still pretty far up to your north and west. You're obviously not even in that radar indicated tornado warning yet, but if this stays on the ground, you will be potentially with the next one as it gets extended out to the south and east. Super confused blonde and shy. I appreciate you guys. Chances for hail in Fort Worth. I'd say there's 100% chance of hail in Dallas-Fort Worth. Now, where in Dallas-Fort Worth, I'm not sure. But if you're talking about like the Dallas-Fort Worth metro region, like if we're talking like Dallas-Fort Worth metro here, which is actually even bigger than that, there's 100% chance there's going to be hail in here. I mean, with what's heading your way, but it's not going to be for the whole sector. Maybe it's down here, maybe it's up here. But you know, we've got hail embedded in all of these storms up here. You're worried for tomorrow? What, up there in the northeast? Appreciate you, Brandon. Do you think the storms may be weakening entering north of the Dallas metro? My radar app says it is. I haven't seen them wanting to weaken in the latest HRRRs, but we can take another look at it. We can take a look at the latest run. Let's go take a look at a few things here. 00Z, so this is new data. We've still got this really, really nice looking MCS structure here with supercells embedded in it as we get into midnight, moving through Dallas-Fort Worth, midnight to 1 a.m. Central. You can see potentially a really, really strong storm right here. Let's go and take a look at wind gusts that the latest HRRR is expecting. We'll really zoom in here for you guys so you can see around Dallas. So, I mean, you can see down here 80+ mile-per-hour gusts just to the southwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. We're seeing up here 100 mile-per-hour gusts still, and this is as we get into 11 p.m. Central. So, I mean, we're still talking 3 hours out. The HRRR thinks we could be seeing 100+ mile-per-hour gusts. That's what I'm talking about, where it could weaken a little bit, but we're seeing 60, 70 mile-per-hour gusts moving through Dallas. A little bit to the southwest of Dallas, 78, 80, 85 down here. So, it's thinking it's going to hold on. Even as we're getting towards the northwestern Louisiana, they're still seeing maybe 75+ mile-per-hour gusts. You can see this is... Now, this would be good for Dallas if we saw these winds kind of split up a little bit. If we saw these cells kind of split, as you see here. You've got stronger winds up to the northeast of Dallas and then to the southwest. Maybe the skies open up a little bit. I'm not gonna finish that drawing, but maybe the skies open up a little bit, and you avoid the worst of it. But no, we still see potentially up to 100 mile-per-hour gusts within 2 to 3 hours from now, at least with the latest HRRR run. And it's not that surprising when you see what our LLJ is doing. You know, ew. Nice, Elijah. Kansas City, Missouri weather. Appreciate you, Elijah and Shy. Yeah, you guys are doing pretty good right now. You got really nothing moving into your region. We can take a look at our tomorrow. I do want to keep covering these storms, obviously. But I'll show you really quickly. This is tomorrow's weather. So you've got big slight out here, southeast, up through portions of the Ohio Valley, up into western PA. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, PA, and southwestern New York. You're all in that slight. All right, let's go check out what that is. Now, this is... You do have a tour up there in western PA and eastern Ohio, and then you have a big 2% tour down there in the southeast from Mississippi all the way through North Carolina. Not impossible to get tour. You're in that wind and hail threat as well. So tomorrow's going to be a little spicy as well, too. The universe doesn't want me to get any sleep. Let's check back in on our storms. Ardmore. Again, not seeing much tornadic-wise on the velocities and droplet, but still stay in your safe spot until this is moved over, just in case. Oh, look, did they re-put this back on? I don't understand. Can someone explain to me why they pulled this severe thunderstorm warning off? So you're telling me the winds along this supercell. The radar saw the winds along this supercell going 90 to 100 miles per hour. Then there was a 10-minute span where there was nothing, under 60, and now we're back to 80 miles per hour. No, stop dropping off severe thunderstorm warnings and just extend them. That was dumb. Okay, speaking of that, though, Abilene, you're in this now. Okay, so destructive damage threat for Abilene, 80 mile per hour gusts. 80 mile per hour plus gusts are possible, and close to 2-inch hail. We do still have this tornado warning out here. You can see, though, not seeing a very clear tornado on the ground, but we are seeing a very... Regardless of if the tornado's on the ground or not, you should be in a safe spot. We are seeing potentially 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts, straight line winds, still in here. So, derecho-like conditions. Up here to the north as well. This is moving down to the southeast towards Woodson and Throckmorton. Eventually into Breckenridge. Dallas. People up here, northern Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. You could probably see some crazy storms up to your north. We've got another radar indicated tornado moving. To me, it looks like we're down here, about to move through Colbert, Oklahoma. Get in a safe spot. Bottom floor, interior of your home, in a closet away from windows, in a bathtub, in a basement, or in a storm shelter. Okay, and our chili, our Kyle, don't laugh at me. Pickwick, Cartwright, get in a safe spot. Radar indicated tornado warning there, and I think we just got another one. Where did we get that separate tornado warning? I think it actually just got updated. Extend it. Yeah. Okay. Strongest, I mean, really, we have strong storms still stretching all, because we have some 70 mile per hour gusts up here to the north as well, I think, but down here we're still really watching. Bryan, Oklahoma, radar indicated 38 minutes. Yeah, I think that's this one. Yeah. Yeah, right here. Could split Calera and Colbert. Not a super tight circulation, but there could be something in there, so get in a safe spot. What about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? You do have a severe threat tomorrow. Hail and wind, maybe a little bit of a tour threat, but you're looking good tonight, though. Looking good for the rest of tonight. We're going to have to watch you guys tomorrow. All right, here we go. Tornado warning up here to the north here now. This is a little bit better of a couplet just to the south of Knefic, heading out east towards Caddo. One day I'll be able to pronounce all these names. Get in a safe spot, please. Out here, basement, storm shelter, away from windows, interior room. These storms are moving decently quick. Actually, this one's moving slow, 10 miles per hour. The rest of these are moving 25 to 30. I don't know if that 10 miles per hour is right. Yeah, that one's not moving too fast. Yep, those are all Oklahoma. All Oklahoma up here, guys. Adamore up to Sulphur, out to Durant, Denison, Atoka, all Oklahoma up there. And then these other pretty significant to destructive. Severe thunderstorms are down here, moving to the east southeast in north central Texas. These are all headed out there in that DFW, towards that DFW region. Yeah, Fort Worth, we're still looking at around midnight central time, where we could see some destructive winds and large hail move through the region. Maybe even a tornado. I mean, we've got a lot of tornadoes a lot of tornado warnings right now. So it's possible. Jasmine, I appreciate it. Yes. Thank you, mods. Thanks for keeping everyone updated. Cadeau. Okay, good to know. Cadeau, good to know. Destructive winds are definitely possible with that. Yeah. All up and down this line here. Look at these right here. Destructive winds, destructive wind potential. We've got 2-inch hail, 80+ mile per hour winds still out here heading to the southeast towards Markle, Abilene, Impact, Holly, Noodle. I like that name. Noodle, Texas. Don't mess with Noodle, Texas. I'll be sad. All right. Throckmorton. Some destructive winds heading out there. It doesn't say destructive, but they're considerable. Velocities are looking pretty intense in here, so I would just treat it like it is. Gainesville. Getting pretty close. 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts. Pushing out towards your direction. Gainesville, Texas. And again, we've got a cluster of tornado warnings up here. 1, 2, 3. Let's take a look at this one up here near Dixon and Admore, Oklahoma. Again, no clear couplet, but there's some decent rotation in these cells, obviously. This, to me... Sorry, I gotta... I don't know why... Sorry, I know you're hearing my Discord. I have my Discord muted. Every channel's muted. So I don't know why... If every channel's muted, it's making sounds. Let me just do this. Hopefully that fixes it. Let me know if you guys continue to hear this, because I want to keep this open. Y'all, I see what you posted. Guys, really quickly, just to the west of Cadeau, this is probably our most significant looking couplet that I've seen out of these radar indicated tornadoes. You should treat them all seriously, but definitely a tighter, not super, isn't making me super nervous, but a tighter rotation in here. So yeah, it's and there it goes. It's Cadeau just getting a safe spot out here. Same out here. Colbert, Calera. Nothing insanely threatening looking with these, but you should always take precaution and get in a safe spot when you have these radar indicated tornadoes headed towards you. We know we've got a ton of wind in these storms too. That is confirmed. Still damage destructive down here. This one looks like it's moving slower now as well. Moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. I feel like this thing has been crawling towards Abilene. They're probably going to extend this tornado warning out there soon, though. I think this storm is actually going to be beginning to curve more easterly instead of southeasterly. If you look at the way this tail's whipping around on this low pressure, these storms are going to come down and begin to move up. So some of this southeastern movement's going to stop, and they're going to start going more eastern. Elijah, what's going on, dude? You're good. You got a 2% tour risk tomorrow. It's very low. But you don't need to worry about that till tomorrow. I'll be back on doing live coverage tomorrow. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about a 2% tour risk tomorrow when we have destructive winds and multiple tornado warnings on the ground here in Texas and Oklahoma. Let's see. I appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you. Appreciate the follows and subs. You can disable the sounds via settings. Well, I did. I think they're muted. You guys can't hear any more Discord pops, right? All my channels were muted, but I was still hearing sound, so I just went into the global settings and just turned off my output. Thank you, Brandon. Yali. Yeah, I go live every day. Yeah, right now I want to focus on what's going on right now. I'll be posting updates about our severe weather event tomorrow as well, with better information as we get the newer updates tomorrow. Really quickly, let's just go over our destructive storms and tornado warnings again. We've got a tornado warning just out to the north and west of Abilene, and then I'll get back to answering questions. And we've got destructive winds, radar indicated 80 plus mile per hour gusts, 2-inch hail. So we're watching that one closely.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Cadeau. Definitely some rotation in here. Getting a safe spot. It's moving out east towards Cadeau, 7 Mile corner. Pritchard, Oklahoma. We've got this one down here, just out to the west of Allison and Old Allison, between Calera and Colbert. Again, not the tightest of circulations, but we could have something right in here, getting a safe spot out here.
New information. This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, we got a new destructive update, so we're going to go into that. Add more. I think this tornado warning might drop off, but we're going to continue to watch that, stay in a safe spot. We've got a new destructive thunderstorm warning, and let's go to that right now. Okay, well, this is why I was telling you guys this. They just updated this to destruction, or they just updated this to a destructive thunderstorm. That's why I told you, what, 5 to 10 minutes ago, you should treat this like it's a destructive thunderstorm, because it should have been labeled that already. Now we have radar indicated 80 plus mile per hour winds. This is, again, headed out towards the east, moving through Throckmorton, and then this is going to approach Woodson, and then eventually possibly Breckenridge, Texas. Hopefully not with the same intensity as it has now. Newcastle, Graham. Be paying attention to this out here as well. All right, so that's what we got going on out here. Lots of thunderstorm warnings up here to the north, too, though. You can see up here, Norman, Noble, Purcell, Wayne, Stratford, all of these areas up here just to the south of OKC. These are considerable. Damage threat, 70 plus mile per hour gusts are possible in here with around inch hail. So you guys aren't really out of the water quite yet. Thanks, Yali. Is there going to be a tornado in Dallas? There's chances for a tornado in Dallas, so that's why you want to make sure you're alert and understand what's going on as we approach 11 p.m. Central midnight tonight. No one knows for sure. It's impossible to tell exactly where a tornado is going to touch down, but we know where the conditions are more favorable for them, and Dallas is going to have the atmospheric conditions for a possible tornado tonight. Santa, I appreciate the roses. Thank you. Let's got a thunderstorm, high wind possible alert from AccuWeather. Yeah. I forget where you are. You've told me so many times. Thanks, like Alvarado, Texas. What's Alvarado, Texas looking like? Mods are always killing it. Alvarado. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, these storms are going to be approaching you. Same thing around 11 to 12 o'clock Central Time. We did see when we were just looking at the latest HRRR, 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts potential down there around midnight. So definitely keep your alerts on. We could have some pretty strong straight line winds. Gainesville, you've got strong storms just out to your west. 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, inch hail, not too far from you. These storms are moving at about 30 miles per hour, so you'd assume within the hour they're going to be over you guys. Not within this hour, within an hour. Not within the hour, within an hour. Mineral Wells. Yeah, again, destructive 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts out here to your west. 1 to 2 inch hail. These storms, I believe, are moving at a similar clip. These are moving a little bit faster, 45 miles per hour. I'm not surprised the farther you get down this line that they're moving quicker. So within an hour, this is going to be closer to 2 hours, I think, for you guys out in Mineral Wells. What's happening in Dallas, Denton County? Is Dallas? You guys are good. That's more of a like, I appreciate you. That's more of a midnight. That's more of a midnight event. Yeah. Any rotation in Pittsburgh, Kansas? Guys, if I'm not answering your questions, it's not because I'm ignoring you. I'm just one person, so I'm not picking or choosing who I'm answering. I just look up the first question I see, I respond to. So I'm not like playing favor or anything. It's just I respond to the first person I see. Don't spam, but yeah, you can ask your question multiple times. Try to give it like a little bit of time before you ask again, because the spamming gets crazy. But yeah, okay. So Pittsburgh, Kansas, you got some strong thunderstorms moving in. General thunderstorms up there. Okay, listen, I gotta do my daily stretch because my back hurts. If you guys have been sitting too long, you should stretch too. Oh my gosh. I never stretched a day in my life until I turned like 27, 28. Not even, yeah. And now if I don't stretch, I'm probably going to the hospital. Yeah, drink something probably other than this Coca-Cola I have here, right?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I can't find that county. Ferry, is that a real county? I don't think that's a real county. I don't think that's a real county. Unless it's this one. Considerable thunderstorm. Most of this is down to your south, though. That northern portion of that's looking pretty good. I was gonna say, I was looking up PNTT. Yeah, that is a considerable up here, but yeah, most of that bad weather's down to the south. All right, let's really quickly go over, and I'm gonna do speed round, answer as many questions as I can. Let me just another destructive thunderstorm. Let's just go over these. We've got more tornado warnings. Let's go over them. Cadu, still stay in a safe spot. This possible tornado is right on top of you guys. Still stay in your safe spot. We've got 3 radar-indicated tornadoes stacked up on top of each other, pushing up from Colbert all the way to basically Caney, Oklahoma, Cadu, Oklahoma. No good CC or no good couplet on any of these, but there is definitely rotation in all of these cells. So everyone out here in Oklahoma, Durant, Calera, like I said, even out towards Bennington, Cadu, in the surrounding area should all be in their safe place. We're still watching a potential tour moving through Mansfield, Oklahoma, out towards Madill. Don't see much in that, but again, I'd wait till that thing drops off. Now, severe destructive thunderstorm warnings. We do have a few of these. We've still got our destructive thunderstorm warning that's moving through Throckmorton, headed out towards Woodson, Newcastle, Breckenridge. Let's take a look at this tour warning down here. This is going to be just out to the northwest of Abilene. You can see some very strong, potentially destructive winds moving into Anson and Hawley, Texas right now. Some very strong winds moving into Anson and Hawley. And potentially we'll see if these stay just north of Trent and Merkel, Texas. Let me double check up here at the top. I'm just scanning through these. Do we have any considerables outside of Texas and Oklahoma? No. Okay. St. Louis, Missouri, you guys are looking okay. You guys are looking okay up there. Some strong thunderstorms potentially moving in tonight. None too significant. We've got a general inch hail, around 50 mile per hour winds. Severe thunderstorm warning moving through St. Elizabeth and Van Cleve, heading out towards Vienna, Missouri. That's about it. Some strong thunderstorms moving through Salem, out to the east towards Ironton and Fredericktown. Right now, these are... Did we get a new tornado warning? Or are they going to extend this? We'll see what they do. I'm going to stay down here for a second because this is where we have potential derecho type conditions. This one really looks yeah, this one moving towards Holly and Abilene. I hope this thing weakens a little bit as it moves into Abilene. Decatur, Texas. Decatur. I think it's Decatur, right? Decatur. You guys got a little bit of time. Hopefully this window, there's a little bit less. These are more just strong thunderstorms, not severe. Hopefully we don't get anything else developing in there, but we'll see. Like I said, a LLJ is going to develop through this region and intensify some of these storms as we push on later into the evening. But you guys have still got a couple hours potentially. Yeah, Decatur. Okay, good. I remember some of these. There's not much going on up in Missouri. Yeah, not much going on up in Missouri. You guys are looking pretty good. Yeah, for day 2 and day 3 as well. Monday and Tuesday. St. Louis, you guys are looking good. You could have some strong thunderstorms moving in tonight, but... What's going on, Amanda? Boston? Oh, you're heading there on Wednesday? Yeah, we're going to be rain and cold up in the Northeast. Rainy and cold, unfortunately. This is the coldest... this whole year has been cold. I'm up, obviously, in Philly, near Philly. It's been so cold here. Yeah, our highs the next few days, 73, 72, 76. Like, what? We're in June. And then next week, our highs, 73, 72, 72, 71. I'm barely breaking out of the 60s in summer. I know. It's wild. Yeah, it's wild. Let's see here. Oklahoma City. Yeah, so these storms have moved out of Oklahoma City. These are to the southeast, so you guys are just experiencing some thunder showers. Your main severe threat should be done tonight. I can try my best, Juan. I can try my best. Let me text the rain gods. Yeah, type 5 Tor warns now. What's going on, Charles? Dallas-Fort Worth again. Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're watching more. This is going to be more of a midnight event for you guys. We still could have the potential. We still will have the potential for very large hail, destructive winds, and a few tornadoes in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth region. By the way, Amanda, I'm actually going to be up in Maine. I'm going to be up in Maine this weekend. So sorry, guys. I'm taking a 4-day break. You too? What are the odds? Okay, I have to call you a little bit later. I got to do this coverage, but I'll call you a little bit later and we'll figure it out. We're going to be up there like Thursday to Monday. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, that's really cool. Okay, well maybe we'll see each other. Maybe we'll see each other. We should try. All right, let me answer these questions. Yeah, to Kid Dre. It'll warm up a little bit. Let's see. Aubrey, Frisco, Texas area. Same thing, guys. 11 to 12 central. Significant hail, significant wind, and a few tornadoes will still be possible. There's a little pocket of thunderstorms right in here that are a little bit weaker, and the HRRR sees this continuing, and that would be best case scenario for Dallas-Fort Worth. Not for the people to the north and south of Dallas-Fort Worth, but some of the models want to keep all the bad weather literally to the north and south. So we'll see if that happens. But like I said, we're gonna have stronger low-level winds moving in here soon that could intensify that sector of the storm. I'm gonna get back into the updates on these storms in a second. Someone asked about Waco. Yeah, these are pretty far from you. We could take a look at what's happening in Waco as we move forward in time. If we go over to Radar Omega, could have strong to severe thunderstorms moving in at around 2 to 3 a.m. Central tonight. Could still see some large hail, damaging hail and damaging winds, and the possibility for tornadoes down there as well. Okay, let's get an update on all of our tornado warnings. What's going on out here? That tornado warning dropped up here around Ardmore. No surprise. We still have 3 radar indicated tornadoes here. Cadieux, not seeing much, but we do have some strong rotation over Armstrong. And around Durand, we still got that radar indicated tornado. Still staying in a safe spot. Not seeing any violent, not seeing like a violent looking couplet or anything like that. But again, sometimes there's distortion. Not loving how this looks on reflectivity here, right? There's a little bit of an inflow, RFD and hook. But again, we're not really seeing much couplet wise in here. There's definitely rotation, but not looking too crazy. Stay in a safe spot though. Still got all these destructive storms down here, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Moving into Holly, approaching impact. Maybe the storm stays just to the north of Abilene. Remember I told you guys these are moving to the southeast and then they're going to start cutting east. That's just because the way the low pressure is moving off to the northeast. You can see that happening here. You can see that happening over the last 15 minutes, moving down, and then this thing starts going straight east. It's making a little bit quicker of a turn than I thought it would. So maybe Abilene stays out of this. That'd be nice. We still have some strong thunderstorms, although out to the west of Abilene. Again, this tornado here, this radar indicator. What do we have? Another destructive. Yeah, these are strong winds in here. These are also potentially destructive winds up here to the north. 90 mile per hour winds. 90. These are the ones that I've been talking about. So 90 mile per hour winds moving into Woodson. Let's take a look at the velocities again. Graham, Newcastle, Woodson. These are out to your west. Breckenridge. Hopefully, I think these are going to stay north of Breckenridge, but it's going to be really, really close. These could go through Breckenridge. These are very destructive. Woodson, these are coming right over you guys. 90 to 100 mile per hour gusts on the surface. This is where our most significant derecho type conditions are going to be. That sells at tops of 6,500 feet. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They let the severe thunderstorm watch expire in central Oklahoma. This one's about to expire as well. Out there in your county. Give me 1 second, guys.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Give me 1 second, guys.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Sorry, guys. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, let's get back to answering questions. Let me update you on everything that's going on right now, and then I'm going to answer questions, okay? So multiple tornado warnings. We still have these radar indicated tornadoes up here. I believe they're all radar indicated. Okay, they are 2-inch, 60 mile per hour plus gusts in these, about 2-inch hail. We do have a decent looking couplet just to the northeast of Colbert, really right around Colbert, moving out to the east towards Allison and Old Allison, Oklahoma. We've got some pretty high velocity winds, maybe even a little couplet trying to form back here to the southwest of Cadu. These cells are doing like handoffs right now. So there's rotation in them, but there's no clear rotation. Again, this not a bad looking couplet trying to form out here to the east or west of Allison, moving out east towards Allison, Oklahoma, and then a decent one up there in Cadu as well. We do also, this is the other very concerning event that's happening right now, 90 to 100 mile per hour gusts out here. We can actually take a look at Radar Omega and dive in here a little bit more to see how intense these winds are. 90 mile per hour, yep. Let's see. Radar indicate it.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
What are these colors? Colors I've never even seen before. Okay. Yeah, we've got 90 right in here. 90 miles per hour at the surface. This is the high velocity. Let me go to the base. 110 mile per hour radar indicated winds just out to the west of Woodson. It's almost 110 miles per hour. We'll see if they upgrade this, but yeah, this is widespread. All the way down there, 90 mile per hour as well. So again, Woodson, Breckenridge, Albany, get ready. These are very, very, very strong storms here. Derecho type storms. I wonder if they've labeled it a derecho already. All right, let's get back to answering questions. Copel, what state is it in? Texas? Same thing. Dallas, Fort Worth, we're looking at 11 to 12 central for these storms. Significant wind damage, large hail, tornadoes are all possible right now. As I've said, there's a little bit of a gap in between the severe storms up near Bowie and then down towards Olney and Jacksboro. So we'll see if that gap holds. We are expecting some very strong low-level winds to intensify these storms as they approach Dallas, though. Out here, 1-inch hail, 60 plus mile per hour gusts, moving into Marshall, Jefferson, Texas, out there, east central Texas. I am really focusing on this region right now for obvious reasons. Bowie. What did I call it? I thought I said Bowie. Maybe I didn't. I thought I said... Oh, Bowie? Oh, they pronounce this Bowie? No, that's a crime. That's a crime. B-O-W-I-E is pronounced Bowie. That's a crime. B-O-W-I-E is pronounced Bowie? I don't know. I think they just pronounce it wrong. All right. Yeah, Dallas again. We're talking 11 to 12 o'clock Central Time. We could get some damaging winds, damaging hail, and tornadoes. Frisco, Texas. Same thing. Dallas, Fort Worth, 11 p.m., 12 Central. There's not going to be a difference between Frisco and Dallas. Not much. Ponder. Your storms may enter a little bit earlier. We could see storms entering that region, potentially 10:30 to 11 p.m. Central. Tyler, Texas, you're a little bit farther out. Let's take a look at the HRRR for Tyler, Texas. Damaging wind, large hail, and tornadoes are still possible as we move out towards Tyler, Texas. Timeline for you guys looks like closer to 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Central, 1 to 2 a.m. Central. All of the above still possible. Do you think the storms... I lost it. Do you think the storms are using too much energy and will weaken, if that makes sense? Well, we're gonna have our low-level jet intensifying and kind of ejecting through the region as we get into the late evening and early morning hours. So we could see these storms start to de-intensify a little bit over the next hour or two and then re-intensify again. We're gonna have some factors that could kind of reignite these for a little bit. McKinney, same thing. Same thing as Dallas. Same thing as Dallas. I think McKinney potentially could see worse than Dallas-Fort Worth because northern metro, it looks like we could see stronger storms. But we'll have to see how these things develop, how this gap develops in here. These models still want to bring some pretty damaging storms right over Dallas. So we'll see. Significant wind damage, hail damage, and tornadoes are possible. Are possible as we move in through midnight. This is going to be an eventful night for everyone out here. Well, not for everyone, but for a lot of people. Look around Lubbock. Not much going on. Got some potential strong thunderstorms moving into the north, but you guys are looking good right now. Someone said Weatherford, Texas. I feel like I need to put my storm shades on, chat. What do you think? Weatherford, Texas. Yeah, you guys are going to be the same. Dallas, Fort Worth. We could see 11 Central to midnight. As early as 11 Central to midnight. The potential for tornadoes, destructive wind, and destructive hail. I'm not making up the word destructive. That's just in the description from the Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes people are like, you're fear mongering. I'm like, no, it's literally when you're in a significant, when you're in a hatched wind, hatched hail, they call them destructive hail, destructive wind. Okay, I'm not making that up. And we do have 90-mile-per-hour winds, 90 to 100-mile-per-hour gusts on the surface out here to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth currently right now. Destructive damage threat, 80-plus mile-per-hour winds they have in here now. We have 90-plus here, destructive damage threat. Abilene, this is getting real close. It's just to your north. Just to your north. That tornado warning dropped, but we are seeing destructive winds in here. Very destructive winds up here, Albany to Woodson. Some pretty destructive winds potentially right here. We could have another type of a derecho type setup up here, but we'll see. I'm not willing to call this that yet. Just to the north of Gainesville. Really from Gainesville stretching up through Thackerville, moving out to the east towards Oak Ridge and Calliesburg and Whitesboro, Texas. What are the winds in Dallas looking like? Not much right now, but they'll intensify as we get closer to midnight. Thanks, Leanne. People are still not going to do it. I've given up. I appreciate my mods for trying, but most people just don't listen. Because if people keep throwing like small towns that I've never heard of in, I'm just going to answer people who say big towns or the region of the state they're in, because that's how I can answer quick questions. If you're giving me like a random small town in the middle of, if you're asking me to look at like a random small town in South Central Oklahoma, just say South Central Oklahoma. I'll know what you're talking about, because I want to answer as many questions as possible, and I can't when people throw out a bunch of small town names. Yeah, Dallas, it's chill right now, but we could see that go down. Waco, I know where that is. Waco, we're going to be closer to 1 to 2 a.m. Central. Destructive winds and hail are still possible down there. Maybe even a tornado, we'll see. Your model showing storms Friday, which falls into the SPC, says the southern and central plains could see more severe. Yeah, I saw that. Austin, not too big of a threat tonight. We could still see these storms holding themselves together. Let's go back to the 00Z. Yeah, they really don't want to. We'll see. If you get bad storms, they're going to be closer to like 5, 6 a.m. Give or take an hour. All right, let's... Fort Worth, yeah. Around midnight Central Time, we could get destructive winds, destructive hail, and a few tornadoes in and around the region. So stay weather alert. Have a way to get woken up if you're sleeping. Never stop saying for. There's a lot of people in Dallas Fort Worth here. A lot of people in Dallas Fort Worth. Really quickly, guys, I want to go over what's going on from top to bottom with this storm right now. Okay, top to bottom. Up here to the north, we still have some strong storms moving into the east towards Shawnee. These aren't too bad. And then out here towards Straffa and Ada, Oklahoma. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds, inch hail, nothing too intense. The further south we go, the larger the hail gets, the stronger the winds get, basically. As we move down here towards Tishomingo, Atoka, Caddo, 2-inch hail, 60 to 70-mile-per-hour gusts. We could possibly see a tornado just to the southwest of Caddo, potentially right here as well to the south of Calera. These are both moving out to the east-southeast. I think there's a chance they let all of these, expire. They did extend this one in Caddo, and I can see why. So let's stay in our safe spots out here in Oklahoma, down there, Durant to Caddo, down to Calera. Again, out here, we're still looking at 70, we'll say 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts, inch hail, heading out towards Denison, Sherman, Texas, Whitesboro, Gainesville. And then as we get farther south, we get into those. We're still seeing 70 plus mile per hour winds, considerable damage threat, moving towards Pilot Point, Denton, Sanger, Decatur, Bridgeport. And then these winds get really intense as we get out here. This is where we're seeing 70 to 90 mile per hour plus gusts. We saw radar indicated 105 mile per hour winds out here. So you can see 70, 90 mile per hour observed. These are now observed winds. These are 90. So these aren't radar indicated. These have been observed in here. 90 mile per hour observed winds just to the north. Moving into Albany, headed towards Breckenridge, Woodson, Moran. So yes, we're probably going to see 100 plus mile per hour gusts on the surface here. This is definitely derecho type event. Quickly, let me push back into here. And I want to see what's happening here on near the surface. There's these winds. 107 mile per hour radar indicated just to the north of Albany. That's not a tornado. That is literally just straight line winds at the surface. Gusts. So these dangerous situation here. 102 mile per hour base velocity winds moving directly into Albany, Texas. Hopefully it stays a little bit to the north. It's pretty... It's going to be very close for Albany. Breckenridge, it's heading out right towards you in Texas. Here's the thing. We could see the storm calm. Someone says the storm going to calm down. We could see the storm calm down for a little bit. But then as we get into around 11, 12, we do see some pretty intense low-level winds jacking back in here and causing some pretty strong low-level shear. So that could intensify the storms as they move into Dallas. So that's a little bit of a concern. Guys, give me 1 second. I will be right back, and I'll continue to answer as many questions as I can. Okay? Give me 1 second.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I left and we have 400 more people in here than when I was here. What's going on? I need to get off stream more. I appreciate the follows. I appreciate the subs. I appreciate the gifts. I appreciate you guys being in here. I'm going to try to keep you guys updated. Let me go over the storms again real quick and then answer all of your questions as quickly as I can. All right. I need a sip.
New information. This considerable severe
Okay. I'm also going to turn down my alert a little bit because I'm not going to lie. I was out there and I heard the destructive go off and I was like, that's way too loud. Chat, you can yell at me if my alerts are way too loud. Just that the destructive sound is loud. Okay. 2 tornado warnings currently. Possible tornado on the ground here. Not the most impressive looking thing I've ever seen. I'd still be in a safe spot out here. Old Allison moving out to the east. Could do. We're still watching up here. Again, not a super impressive tornado on the radar. These both. This one up here is probably going to expire. This one down here has got a little bit. Get in a safe spot if you're up here. Could do. Allison in the surrounding region down here in southern Oklahoma. Again, up here to the north. 60 mile per hour general thunderstorm warnings up here. The farther down you go, we start to get these considerable 70 to 80 mile per hour thunderstorms as we head down closer to Texas, Sherman through Gainesville through Bowie. Someone said that's pronounced Bowie, not Bowie, so I'm just going to roll with it. We do now have a destructive thunderstorm warning. Destructive damage threat. Gainesville, Whitesboro, South Mage, Sherman, Collinsville, Ho, Gunter, Valley View, Tom Bean, Bells. We could see 80 plus mile per hour gusts through this region. And yeah, we could see 80, 90 mile per hour gusts through this region. Again, this is moving to the east, southeast. These potentially we'll have to see. They're going to be moving down into the north Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Out to the west here. Again, 80 to 90. We're seeing 100 to 110 mile per hour radar indicated base velocities. So that is derecho type winds. Destructive, damaging, straight line winds. Right now, they only have it as 90 miles per hour. Again, on the radar, we're seeing a little bit more, whatever, 90, 100 miles per hour. Doesn't make a difference. It's destructive. Moving out to the east towards Newcastle, Graham, Woodson, Breckenridge, Holly, Moran, Mineral Wells, Grafford, Jacksboro, get ready. These storms are potentially heading out into your region too. So, yeah, this is exactly what we thought we'd see. Widespread 70, 80, 90, 100 mile per hour gusts. We've seen up to 4 or 5 inch hail tonight. We've seen a lot of radar indicated tornado. The tornadoes, I don't know if we've seen a very, very strong observed tornado tonight. I was off for a little bit earlier, but there is still a tornado threat in here. But again, we've always known the wind and hail threat today is pretty high, pretty significant. Okay, Dallas, yes, Dallas, these storms are moving in at around midnight Central Time. Now, these look like they're a little bit ahead of time, but I'm still thinking we're looking at around midnight Central Time. Maybe it's a little closer to 11:30. I could take a look at the latest HRRR run and actually tell you right now. All right, so let's go in here. And let me scroll this down. Cindy, I appreciate it. Dallas, yeah, so this is around 11. We could have storms moving into northern Dallas-Fort Worth metro at 11. That's what the HRRR thinks. And it thinks we have those strong to severe winds, hail, tornado potential moving across the Dallas-Fort Worth region again at midnight. Could move in a tad bit earlier than midnight, maybe 11:30. We'll see. No problem. No problem. Thank you for what you do. No problem. Our mold life. No problem. Rockwell, Texas. Same with you guys. Could be around midnight when we get these destructive winds, destructive hail chances moving through the region. I appreciate you guys sharing the live. Any sub or follows, I appreciate that, guys. Seriously. Let's see here. You should hear my alert sound on my Super 7. It causes damage. People need to know. I need to know when we get a destructive thunderstorm warning. So, I'm trying to keep it at least loud enough for that. That's a flash flood warning we just got. Canyon, please. Listen, everyone's been waiting. I'm going as quick as I can. Canyon, Texas. Try to put states. There's some thunderstorms moving through Canyon, Texas. We could see one of these go severe, but it's not looking too bad right now. Okay, see, these storms are moving out and away from me right now. You guys should be good for the rest of the night. Wichita, Kansas. Let's see here. Why isn't it showing Wichita? There, oh, there. I'm blind. Yeah, you guys are looking fine up there. Storm's out to your south, moving away. You guys are looking fine tonight. Yeah, we just looked at Canyon. Some strong thunderstorms moving through, none of which look severe, though. St. Louis, Missouri is going to be fine tonight. You've got some, again, thunder showers that are going to move through tonight, none of which look like, or none of which are too likely to go severe. It's not impossible. We'll watch it, though. By the way, to anyone who's over on TikTok, I think there's like very few people over on the YouTube side of things. So if anyone wants to jump over to YouTube, not everyone at one time, but if anyone wants to jump over to YouTube and ask a question, I'll probably answer a little quicker. I'm not gonna lie. My TikTok feed just flies sometimes, and it's hard to see. Enos, Texas. Everyone on YouTube's like, no. I gotta give my mods a workout over there. Yeah, you guys are probably closer to 12 to 1 a.m. Central Time, where we could see the potential for destructive hail, destructive wind, and maybe even a tornado or two in and around the region. What's the in-depth look for OKC? Well, for the rest of the night, you guys are good. I mean, look, we've got not even thunder showers, like showers in OKC. We're not expecting much more through the rest of the night. Even if I push up here at 01Z, there's not much coming in behind that. OKC's night is basically over. Wasn't too bad, I believe, as well. What time will the cells be in Montgomery, Alabama tomorrow? Okay, I'll look at that real quick. Let's go to the OZ. Looking like we could see strong and severe thunderstorms moving into that Montgomery region as early as 2 to 3 a.m. Central. And we could see that. We could see thunderstorms in and around Montgomery all the way through the entire day until about 10 p.m. Central. On and off all day. You're going to have a severe threat on and off throughout much of the day. Denison, Texas, wind getting bad here. Let's see, Denison, Texas. Yes. You guys are right. You've got 90-mile, extremely dangerous situation. 90 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds. Guys, this right here is for Sherman. South Mayard, Bells, Howie, Tom Bean, potentially Denison as well. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes, this is a derecho. I appreciate the sub, Noah. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged or destroyed. Homes and businesses will have substantial roof and window damage. Expect intensive tree damage and power outages. Okay? Now, we're talking potentially Denison, down through Sherman, South Maid, Collinsville, Gunter, Howie, Tom Bean, Bells. We could see 100+ mile per hour gusts on the surface. Take this very seriously. We do now have an observed tornado. An observed tornado on the ground heading east, just to the northeast of that. An observed tornado heading towards Utica, Albany, and Romeo, Texas. Oklahoma. Okay? Observed. This is kind of playing out how we thought it would. Derecho down here, some tornado potential up there to the northeast. South Maid, Collinsville, you probably have 90 mile per hour winds going through you right now. Down here to the south, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds could be moving into Decatur, out to Denton, Little M, Prosper, Pilot Point, Sanger. So these are starting to move into that northern Dallas-Fort Worth metro region. But it's quite a while until we get into that kind of downtown Dallas-Fort Worth metro. A couple hours. 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. About to move into Breckenridge, Texas, Moran. This is a wide. We've got two separate derechos going on right now. Two separate ones. We've got up here moving into Denton, McKinney, Sherman. We've got out here Breckenridge, Graham, Clyde, Eastland, Texas. So, again, both of these. Dallas may get lucky and slide in between them, but I don't know. The HRRR thinks that this one right here is going to move through Dallas. Hopefully that de-intensifies a little bit before it gets into Dallas-Fort Worth. 90-mile-per-hour winds all the way down here as well. Again, Baird, Moran, Breckenridge, very, very destructive. This is the first time I have seen this. Just so people understand, this is the first time I've seen this the entire year. This is the first derecho I've seen this entire year, and it looks like we have 2 derechos happening at the same time. I'd still rather be in a derecho than a hurricane. I mean, than a tornado. So for anyone who's concerned, straight line winds typically aren't as damaging as violent rotating winds. It's more of a tree power outage. It can do roof damage, knock windows out. Tornadoes can still be more destructive, but you just need to be aware that this is going on. Appreciate that, MK. Grapevine, Texas. Yep, you guys, same thing. Right now, I'm thinking Dallas-Fort Worth is more like 11:30. Extremely violently confused blonde. Thanks. Extend it to 6 months. Wow, it's like we've known each other forever. I live in North McKinney. Should I be anxious? No one should be anxious. If you're prepared, you'll be just fine. Just pay attention to what's going on. You can stay in here. I'll keep you updated. Hour or two. The derecho is headed out in your direction. Again, straight line winds. Tons of people are going to lose power. We're going to have trees down, some roof damage. Let's hope we don't get any more tornadoes in here, though. We still have an observed tornado. We still have an observed tornado heading out to the east. This is out here in Oklahoma towards Utica and Albany, Oklahoma. Derecho down here, Clyde up to Graham, Texas. Decatur up to Sherman, Texas. Derecho events moving down, moving to the east, southeast, both of these. Jennifer, I appreciate the sub. How likely are tornadoes for DFW? 2 to 5%. It makes sense that you're still in that risk zone. Not very likely, but you know, what a 5% means is anywhere within this point here of Dallas-Fort Worth, anywhere in this circle, there's a 5% chance that there's going to be a tornado within 20 miles of it. Only 5%, but this whole region's in it, you know, so we'll see. We'll probably get some sort of radar indicated tornado warning through a part of the region based on how our night's been looking. We've been seeing them off and on near these kind of derecho events. Anna, Texas. Yes, you guys, Anna, Texas, you've got the extremely dangerous, destructive damage threat situation right up to your northwest. This is a derecho. Again, I'm talking about Sanger, Pilot Point, Gunter, Howie, Tom Bean, Bells, Anna, Sherman. This is from the SPC. This is a destructive storm. This is really 90 plus mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged or destroyed. Homes and businesses will have substantial roof and window damage. Expect intensive tree damage and power outages. Stay inside. I'd get into an interior room as this approaches your home. If it continues to hold this strength, moving into Anna, still got a little bit of time out there in Anna, maybe an hour. So let's just continue to watch it. These things, this is a possible storm as well, meaning there's a tornado possible embedded within this. This still has time to die out a tad before it gets to Anna, which would be fantastic, but we're going to watch it. So this is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected, except for straight line. It's basically what a derecho is tornado-like winds, but without there being a tornado. Still 80 to 90 miles per hour out here as well. We have 2 derecho events going on. I can't remember the last time I've seen this, honestly. The models did pretty good with this as well. What's going on YouTube? Addison, Texas. Addison, Texas, same thing. 11:30, 12 Central. Let me answer some YouTube questions real quick. I'm driving from OKC to Southern Illinois tomorrow. Anything in my path? OKC to Southern Illinois tomorrow. Let's go to our day 2. No, shouldn't be too bad. You're not even really in those general thunderstorms. Yeah, I think I just answered Addison, right? Yeah. I hate that this does this. Come on, just pick it up. Just pull it up. Thank you. Yeah, Addison. Still, derecho type event heading out in your direction. Hour and a half, 2 hours away. Probably more like an hour and a half. If this thing holds on again, you could see that 90+ mile per hour winds, significant wind damage, significant hail, tour possible. Let's pay attention. Let's watch as this progresses. Some models do have this de-intensifying a little bit as it moves into Dallas and then re-intensifying after it moves through. So we'll watch that. Best thing, there's really no preparing other than you want to get away from windows, get into an interior room if this holds strength going through. All right, this tornado warning has gone to radar indicated. Still moving out to the east towards, they just drop it now. Still moving out to the east again towards Albany, Utica, and Romeo, Oklahoma. You're pulling double duty. I appreciate you. No problem, no problem. Thanks, Confused Bond. I'm thinking about staying up just in case it's bad when it gets to Princeton, Texas. Could be. Could be. Princeton, McKinney, Allen, you're all kind of in the way of this derecho right here in the next hour and a half, so let's pay attention closely. You would get an alert to your phone likely, just as if it were like a tornado emergency if you had a derecho moving over your home. I hope I sleep through it. Will there be hail in Grand Prairie? Let's see. There's a high chance of there being hail in the region. There's a 30% chance that there is large hail within 20 miles, 20 to 25 miles of any point in this circle. So there's going to be hail somewhere in here. Where exactly is a little hard to tell right now. Let's got a few small tornadoes in western North Carolina. Really? Yeah, Leanne. Yeah, guys, if you use the quadrant of the state instead of a small town, I can answer your questions quickly. Like, say you're in Texarkana, I would say northeastern Texas. Say you're in Wichita Falls, I'd say north central Texas. At this point, I keep asking people to do that so I can answer questions quickly, but I never get any result out of it. I've kind of given up. Again, really quick, Clyde up towards Moran, Breckenridge, Graham, 80, 90 mile per hour destructive winds. We're watching up here Decatur all the way to Durant. The potential for very destructive winds as well, heading down to the southeast. Yeah, no one is listening. I know. North central Texas. Thank you. See, we can talk about this. If you're out into the north and west of Gainesville and Bowie, I'm talking about this region up here, right? Vernon, Seymour, Wichita Falls, behind Bowie, behind Gainesville, your severe night's mostly done. If you're out ahead of this, I'm talking Decatur through Denton. You guys know where you are. Out ahead of this right here. Your night is not over. You're right. Your night is not over. Okay, so Denton out to Jacksboro, Breckenridge, Clyde, up to Boneham, Paris, Fort Townsend, everything around that region, and then out to the east. We did just have a severe thunderstorm extend it. Again, significant hail, significant wind, tornadoes are possible in these regions. We have another tornado warning down in here with 70+ mile per hour surface winds. Here we go. Little couplet right here, heading out to the east towards Howie, Tom Bean, Bells, Sherman. Make sure you're in a safe spot. Another tornado indicated. We now have Allen, Plano, Murphy, Princeton, Lowry Crossing, Prosper. So this is northern Dallas Metro. We now have you in a considerable thunderstorm warning, 70+ mile per hour winds, inch hail. Dallas, you'll be putting one soon enough, likely. Maybe within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah, thanks, Morgan. AccuWeather, Red Cross, or your phone's public alerts to get free real-time weather alerts. They can wake you up at night. Arlington, Texas. Same thing. You guys are Dallas, Fort Worth. We're talking about between 11 and midnight. Arlington is. Are you guys? You guys are really close to this considerable damage threat. Actually, you guys are a little bit farther down to the south, but you'll get one of these considerable damage threat. Severe thunderstorm warnings likely very soon. Anyone in Breckenridge? How you guys doing? Very, very strong damaging winds moving into Breckenridge, Texas right now. And Moran, Texas. Strong damaging winds. We have a decent couplet here too. We may have a tornado on the ground just to the northeast of Dorchester and Howie, moving through Hilton, Wayla, potentially White Rock, Tom Bean, Kentucky Town, White Mound. Getting a safe spot up there. That's a decent looking couplet. Better than some of the other ones. We still have a extremely dangerous situation, damage, threat, destructive. Out here moving through Sherman, Knollwood, South Maid. Is anyone in any of these areas? South Maid, Gunter, Howie. Again, we could see very, very damaging winds and hail moving in very shortly. Why is this not? Okay. Kimberly, you are? Oh, okay, yeah. Howie, Sherman. Yeah. I mean, we're getting a safe spot. Sherman looks very close to seeing some very destructive winds if you're not already seeing it. Howie as well. Howie as well. Watching Kemp, Hendricks, Liberty as well, Oklahoma. No rain yet, West Fort Worth. Yep, none there yet. These storms are getting closer, though. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have 2 tropical storms currently. Barbara, Cosme, and then this is going to be Dahlia, I believe. 50% chance. So we could have 3 tropical systems, cyclones in the Eastern Pacific at the same time. I appreciate the follows, guys. Appreciate the follows and subs. Yeah, if you do sub on TikTok or become a member on YouTube, you get access to our Discord. The Discord has literally updates every single day. Every single day, everything is updated from temperatures, severe weather, whatever it is, snow, volcanoes, earthquakes. It's all updated in there. It's directly linked to the NWS, SPC, NHC. So as soon as the SPC posts any sort of tornado warning, flash flood warning, severe thunderstorm warning, it immediately gets posted into the Discord. It's literally kind of one-stop shop for everything. And we've got a ton of weather enthusiasts in there. We're always chatting every morning, figuring out what's going on for the day. So yeah, subs on TikTok and members on YouTube do get access to the Discord. Dallas County, Copel. Yeah, again, Dallas County. Guys, Dallas, Fort Worth. We're talking 11:30 to 12 Central Time. We could see the most destructive storms moving in. May end up being closer to 11. These storms are moving pretty quick. I'm still thinking 11:30. I'm in Tyler. How bad are we going to get hit? Storms look to weaken a little bit as they get out towards Tyler. They still have you, I believe, in that 5% tour, 30% hatched wind, and now they don't have you in the hatched tail, which is good, but your biggest threat is going to be that hatched wind, meaning 80+ mile per hour wind gusts are possible. I want to get an update on this tornado just to the south of Sherman. Still a decent couplet in there. Do they have it radar indicated? Still, they do. Again, 90+ mile per hour winds up here moving east towards Howie, Gunter, Tom Bean, and Sherman. Some areas in there will see those winds. Pilot Point, Krugerville, Denton. Strong winds moving into this region as well. 70+ mile per hour winds. Graham, Breckenridge, Baird, Cisco, Eastland, Ranger. We've got some 80 to 90 mile per hour winds out here. Probably 80 to 100 mile per hour winds out here moving into the east. 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts moving out here into Seymour and Monday very soon, Texas. North of Fort Worth, yes, but these storms are moving towards Fort Worth. You can see right here. This shows the direction of the storm. This storm is moving like this. So this storm right here is moving like this right now. They will start to move out to the east. These are moving like this. So Fort Worth may, like I've said, Fort Worth may try to slide into this pocket of lesser thunderstorms, but we'll see. It's going to be a close call. These are starting to move out more east towards Fort Worth as well. Oklahoma, you know, the main area we're watching severe weather now in Oklahoma is obviously you can see right here and out to the east. So we'll be watching this region, really southeastern Oklahoma, throughout the rest of at least the next 4 or 5 hours. Most of this stuff back here is just thunder showers, not severe. Plano. Plano, you're in that 70 mile per hour, considerable damage to that region. This could be upgraded to that 80 to 90 mile per hour region, so we'll watch it closely. Another radar indicated tornado warning moving out to the east towards right around Kemp, moving out to the east southeast towards Yarnaby, Oklahoma, Sowell's Bluff, and Findlay, Texas. Still an okay couplet moving out to the east southeast towards Tom Bean and Howie and White Mountain, Texas. Did they downgrade this to ratio at all? It looks like maybe a little bit. 70 mile per hour. Well, that's good. We'll see what happens moving forward. Still at 90 or 80 out here. 80 to 90. Thanks, mods. Yeah, guys, if you're spamming, you're gonna get blocked because when you spam, I can't read chat at all. So if you're asking the same question 10 times in 10 seconds, you can ask it multiple times, but 10 like that quickly, obviously the mods are just gonna block you because I need to be able to read people's questions. Claiborne, Texas. You guys are looking probably closer to 12:30 Central Time, give or take 30 minutes. Significant wind, significant hail, and a few tornadoes are possible in that region as we move into the early hours. Like I said, maybe we'll say 12:31 a.m. Central. We're gonna have a little pocket here without as strong as storms. Maybe you get in on that, but these are moving out east now. These are still moving to the southeast. I need to get a glass of water real quick. Let me grab a glass of water real quick. My throat's hurting. I know I said I was getting water. Okay, Chad, I did get water, but I got more soda as well. All right. Okay. Let's get back into it. Let's answer questions. Let's update everyone on what's going on. Real quickly. Let me update on all the storms, where they're going, and then get back to answering questions. Night extremely confused blonde. Here we go. Tom Bean. You can actually see a little bit of a kind of divot in this storm here, so we may actually have... We definitely have rotation. Tom Bean, get in a safe spot. Bottom floor of your home interior, in a closet away from windows, in a basement, in a storm shelter. You know this. You live out here in the Southern Plains. You guys should know the drill. Not looking super threatening, but we definitely could have a tornado on the ground there. Okay, so that's that. Let's take a look up here. We do... This may expire. A little bit of rotation. Not seeing much, so Albany, Romeo, Utica get in a safe spot, but that may expire. We had a new tornado warning right down here. Potentially around Kemp, Liberty, Mulberry. Get in a safe spot there as well. Let's move in down here. 60 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour winds, and then we still have that 90 to 80 mile per hour gusts currently moving through Breckenridge. These are heading out towards Strawn now. Ranger, Eastland. Mineral Wells, Grafford. Heading out to your region. Those are derecho type winds. We do have considerable damaging winds out here moving through Seymour. And Monday now moving out to the south and east. Getting over to the Dallas-Fort Worth region. We're seeing 70 mile per hour winds. 80 mile per hour winds observed, destructive. And we now do have the northern DFW metro area in an extremely dangerous situation. Okay, so Denton County in north central Texas, western Collin County in north central Texas. 80 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail have been observed. Train spotters report it. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. This is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you guys get it. You guys get it. Just make sure you have a plan. Make sure you get into a safe spot of your home. Same thing for right here. We're talking Allen, Plano, Murphy, Prosper. Same thing. Destructive storm. Just like I said for the last one, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds have been observed by train spotters. Extensive tree damage, power outages, damage to roofs, windows, flying debris. Okay, get in a safe spot. We're looking at 70 to 80 mile per hour winds out here as well. Heading out towards Bonham, Honey Grove, Leonard, Wolf City, Celeste, Farmersville, Princeton. So this whole region out here. Okay, we're now in, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour gust potential. So derecho type potential heading into northern Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Now, western Fort Worth may get a little bit lucky. A lot of this looks to potentially, stay out more towards the Dallas region, but we'll watch as it progresses. We could see the storm out here that's moving through Decatur intensify. This is moving more towards Dallas-Fort Worth, and we are still seeing considerable damage threat with winds there, 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Wait. Oh. One second, guys. I'll get to answering your questions. One second, guys. One second, guys. All right, ask away. Winds picking up. Aubrey, Prosper. Yeah. Give it 15 minutes and they'll really pick up. 15, 20 minutes. Addison, Dallas. Yeah, I think I talked about that before. Yeah, this is looking like more of like an 11. Dallas, Fort Worth still looking like 11:30 Central. Could be as early as 11 Central. These storms moving into that region. Wills Point. Closer to 12:30 Central. We could have damaging winds, damaging hail, and a tornado threat moving through that region as well. Yeah, we've seen multiple tornadoes. We have 3 radar indicated tornadoes right now. We'd have that extended. These are all radar indicated. We can take another look at them. Tom Bean, we could have a storm moving through Tom Bean right now. Tornado potential moving out towards Orangeville and Trenton. I get in a safe spot. A tiny bit of a couplet there. Just to the south, or really right around Ravenna, Texas. Moving down to the southeast towards Bonham and Dodge City. Get into your safe places there as well. And not really seeing much on the radar up here, although it's not impossible. I'd still get in a safe spot if I was out here in Yarnaby, Yuba, Karma, Oklahoma, Duplex, Bettis, Sal's Bluff, Texas. Derecho type event moving out towards Eastland, Ranger, Strawn, Mineral Wells, Grafford, Texas still. And we've got derecho conditions moving into potentially Little Elm up through Prosper, Melissa, Anna, Leonard, Bonham, Dodge City. Flower Mound, Texas. You guys are looking good all the way down there. These storms look to die down before they move through that region. We could get some pretty strong thunderstorms into the early evening. They're not expected, or the early morning tomorrow, but they're not expected to be severe. Yeah, mods are gonna keep reminding people of things. We want everyone to be safe. Carlos with the white dove, I appreciate you. Tyler with the rose, I appreciate you. Okay, we've got a lot of people asking about Plano tonight. Same thing. You guys are looking like at least 30 minutes to an hour, at least until these storms move into that region, at a minimum. Significant wind damage, hail, and there'll be a little bit of tornado potential with that as well. We've still got 80, 90 mile per hour gusts being observed by trained storm spotters. Again, if you guys don't understand what's going on with this event, this is an extremely dangerous situation with tornadoes like winds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room to the lowest floor of a building. This storm has the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. That's from the SBC, Storm Prediction Center. NWS, National Weather Service, really, but thank you, mods. Willie, Texas. Yep, again, you guys are in that extremely dangerous situation. Observed 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, an inch hail. Allen, get ready. McKinney, get ready. Princeton, Murphy, Plano, Frisco, the Colony, Elm, Corinth, Leonard, Anna, Westminster, Blue Ridge, Trenton, if you're near these places, Bailey, Bonham, Dodge City. We also are looking at 2-inch hail, maybe bigger, out here about to move into Abilene. What? Okay, can we get this straightened out? Abilene impact, Hawley, Merkel. We've got Strong winds and large hail. I think that might get upgraded to like 3-inch hail. Out there, moving to the east. Bard, Clyde, you've got some strong winds out there as well. And then again, Ranger up through Strawn. Mineral Wells, Gafford. We have potentially 70 to 80 mile per hour winds moving into that region. Weatherford, you're probably still about an hour, hour and a half away out from that. We've got showers moving into the Dallas-Fort Worth region now. Again, the strongest winds in here, we'll see, may end up skirting through the northern Dallas metro. It's going to be very close. These storms are moving out in this direction. So you can see, we'll see if they end up going through Dallas. It's going to be a really close call here. And again, we do expect our low-level winds to begin to intensify as we move through the night. I want to show you guys something real quick. We can actually take a look at, let me move into here. I want to go into our climate analyzer so we can see what's actually happening in the air. We can look at what the conditions are in the atmosphere right now. So let's go into our mesoscale analysis. Let's look at our 850 millibar. Let's zoom in here. And here we go. So still got some really significant pressure changes out here. Pressure gradient out here. Southern Texas Panhandle moving out east towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Let me go into... you see surface winds here. So this is our... Here we go. Oh, I can't pull that up. Where's my... I gotta zoom out. So anyways, right here, if you guys can see my mouse. Right here. So central to southern Texas Panhandle all the way out through Dallas-Fort Worth. This is where we're obviously seeing our most significant winds. It's still a pretty tight gradient. So these winds are going to stay... These winds are going to stay pretty high for a while. I do want to see what's happening with our shear down at the surface. If this low-level jet has began to initiate down there at the surface. I don't think it has. I don't think we've seen it yet. Let's look at surface helicity. Not a ton. We have a little bit more out there near Abilene. Some more violent rotation. Violent tornado param. There's actually a decent violent... This is interesting. Our violent tornado parameter is pretty dang high over Dallas-Fort Worth right now. Sorry, you guys can't see that. I'll show it to you. That's my bad. Here you go. This is our violent tornado parameter. And it is intense over the Dallas-Fort Worth region. I do think that has to do with the fact that we've got these like 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts coming through here. Just the actual velocity of the winds. But we're talking like 8.0 VTP out here in Dallas-Fort Worth region. So that's pretty significant. I spoke about this earlier with my mods that I did think as we got into around 11 midnight central, we could see our tornado chances enhance in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth region. And I wonder if that's actually going to happen because it looks like it may still. That would be a call. Derecho composites. Derecho composites around Dallas-Fort Worth, we're still looking at about a 4.0. So, and out there towards Abilene as well. So all of central to eastern Texas, still a decent derecho composite. A little bit down there in southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and Florida Panhandle as well. All right. Interesting to look at. That's what's going on right now in the atmosphere. That is a live look at the atmosphere. Just to quickly rerun what's going on and then get back to your questions. 70 to 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts right now. Stretching, moving into shortly Flower Mound, Frisco, McKinney, Leonard, up towards Bonham, Honey Grove, Texas, moving out to the east and southeast. We do have 2 tornado warnings. And within these tornado warnings, we have very strong winds as well. Tom Beam moving out east. Don't see a major couplet. Bonham, potentially right around here. Dodge City, Windham getting a safe spot. If you're anywhere out here east or southeast of Bonham, getting to your safe spot. Again, we could see very strong winds moving into McKinney, Frisco, the Colony, Flower Mound, Louisville soon. These are moving down to the southeast. we are seeing extremely strong winds. I think this is going to get potentially upgraded. We'll see. Right out here, actually. We'll see about this. Clyde, Bard. Putnam, be ready for that. Ranger, Strawn, Mineral Wells, Grafford, Still, Texas. Howley and Merkel and Abilene, we've got some strong winds and 2-inch hail out there as well. Lubbock, we have strong storms to the north and south of you, but not moving through Lubbock, which is good. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning down here, just to the northwest of Ellington and or northwest of Piedmont and north of Ellington, south of Centerville, Missouri. Just your general 60-mile-per-hour winds, inch hail. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Lynchburg, moving out east in Virginia, not looking too threatening there. So let's get back into our main wind event that's pushing down into the Dallas-Fort Worth region, really the Dallas region. Josephine, Texas. Josephine, Texas. You are in this considerable damage threat thunderstorm warning. You may be put in this extremely dangerous situation, destructive damage threat shortly. We'll have to see if this storm continues to trek out in that same direction. Little Elm. Yeah, thanks, guys. I don't know if I had done the wrong screen yet this live, so it was bound to happen. I don't know why I pulled out of there. Little Elm. It's gonna make me do this 1,000 times again. Oh my gosh, why it just doesn't want me to push in the Little Elm. I know you guys are right down here. Come on, just let me do it. Just let me do it. Just let me do it. Okay, you're gonna make me do it again. Little Elm. There you go. Yeah, derecho conditions potentially moving into Little Elm within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's see if we can see what type of velocities we have to the northeast of you guys. 80+ mile per hour winds. This is kind of a PDS thunderstorm. So let's take a look at our base velocity up here. So Little Elm. We're not getting a great look at these winds here. We are seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds in the region, but I think they're probably a little bit higher than that based on the look of the radar. Frisco, McKinney, you guys have some destructive winds potentially moving in soon. Some hail, potentially 60, 70 mile per hour gusts moving into Little Elm, potentially up to 80 mile per hour gusts. That was observed, although I think they may be dying down a tiny bit, hopefully. Wind is getting bad here in Princeton. Yeah, give it another 10 minutes. It'll get a little bit worse. Allen, Woodlands, Hebron. Your winds are about to intensify there. We have sirens in North Dallas, just south of Plano. Do you see a tornado warning? Thoughts? It's probably they'll turn on sirens for derecho. I know they're tornado sirens, but they're derecho sirens too. Derechos like this have the same winds as like an EF2 tornado, sometimes even an EF3 tornado. So the sirens are likely for the derecho, not a tornado. You're in an extremely dangerous situation, according to the NWS, and they're right. From Flower Mound out to Allen and Plano. If you're inside, you're going to be likely safe, perfectly fine. But you don't want to be caught outside in one of these storms. Murphy, Plano, Flower Mound, the Collin, Allen. Yeah, this is kind of northern Dallas Metro, Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. Tornado sirens would 100% be going off for this. The worst of it is done in Whitesboro. Yes. Yes. Worst of it's passed. Update Frisco. You guys are about to see these very strong winds enter. They're entering right now. So you're going to have some pretty damaging potential. The potential for damaging winds and damaging hail for a little bit here. Corinth, you're in a little kind of pocket right here. You could still see some strong winds and hail, though. Dallas-Fort Worth, we're still looking at potentially an hour until these storms begin to move into that main loop. Main or downtown area. We could be getting into Addison in 20, 30 minutes, though. Richardson, Garland. $140 new followers. I appreciate that, guys. Appreciate the follows. Appreciate the subs. Tyler and Karmas, thank you. Karmas. Yeah, Rockwall. These are about 45 minutes away from you. We do have, again, 2 extremely dangerous situations just to your north. This is a derecho event. Let's recheck in with our tornado warning up here to the north. Not super visible tornado on radar, at least. I'd still get in a safe spot if I'm out in Dodge City, Wyndham, Honey Grove, and Ladonia. Abilene. I know this says only 60 mile per hour winds, but I think we could see 70, 80 out here. At least 70 and 2 to 3 inch hail. So just be aware of that, Abilene. Baird, Clyde, you guys got some strong storms moving through. Our main derecho event is now up here. Headed off into the south and east. Here it is. White Oak, Texas. You guys have quite a while. You guys have quite a while. We're talking closer to 2 a.m. for you guys, likely. Maybe 1 a.m. Significant wind, hail, and a few tornadoes are possible in and around that region. Tyler, Longview. Mount Pleasant, you got some strong storms moving through. About inch to 2 inch hail and 60 plus mile per hour gusts are possible in that region right now. Another radar indicated tornado back here. I want to double check on this. Tom Bean. No, you're looking okay. You're looking okay. Strongest winds right now, at least on the radar, look like they're moving into Western McKinney, about to move into Allen, and about to move into Carlton and Plano. Pretty close to moving into you guys. Also, some strong winds could be moving into Celeste and Leonard right now as well. We have some, well, we'll see what they do out here. Well, they may extend this out west. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if the radar's picking this up correctly, but we look like we could have some damaging winds actually just north of Fort Worth at here. From Springtown out to New Fairview out to Justin. This is looking pretty intense out here. Louisville, Texas. Hope everyone's having a good night and staying safe. Louisville, Texas, you're pretty close. You're in that 80 mile per hour observed wind gust, extremely dangerous situation, and these winds are potentially only about 10 to 15 minutes away. Now, not everyone along this line is going to see these destructive winds. There's going to be certain cells that are producing these strong downdrafts. So you could have these storms move over and not get the destructive winds. It's possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired, but I know I shouldn't have another energy drink today. I know I shouldn't, guys. I know I shouldn't. Should I? All right, I'll have one more. I'll have one more. Lavon, Texas. Lavin, Texas. How do you pronounce that? Yeah, destructive, potentially destructive winds and large hail are just about probably 20 minutes up to your northwest. Yeah, why not? Allen, Texas. Any minute now, you could get some pretty. There's a chance for destructive winds, 80 plus mile per hour winds moving into your region. These winds are observed. They're not radar indicated. They have been observed by trained spotters and relayed to the NWS National Weather Service. Courtney, I appreciate you. It's not every day you get a setup like this. That's true. This is the first one of the entire year. Hearing rain starting now in Allen. It's right there on knocking on your doorstep. I mean, literally. Look at this. It's right there. Keller. These storms are getting pretty close. Maybe 15, 20 minutes max. Mesquite, you're looking at closer to an hour. But you could still see that damaging wind, hail, and tornado threat. McKinney, you got storms moving over you right now. You still got a little bit of damage threat on the back side of this, but the strongest winds are likely along the frontal boundary here, or the front of the frontal boundary. So your severe threat's kind of going down, although you're going to have some heavy downpours for quite a while. These are where the most significant winds are right now, from McKinney all the way out to north of Fort Worth. Rockwall, I think I just answered that, but we'll do it again. Yeah, Rockwall, you're probably about 30 minutes. Again, we are still seeing 70 to 80 mile per hour observed winds out here. Dallas and eastern Fort Worth, you are now in a 65 plus mile per hour gusts and inch hail, severe thunderstorm warning. 3/4 inch hail, but inch hail to severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this is probably going to get upgraded to at least a considerable damage threat shortly, but so we'll watch it. But they have now put you guys in that severe thunderstorm warning. Abilene, strong winds and hail moving in very shortly. This storm must be moving slow. 35 miles per hour. It's not. It's just in my perspective, it's moving slow. Considerable damage threat out here. Hamlin, Rotan, Anson as well. Oh, 1 second, guys. It's not the one I want to be using. There we go. Didn't know it was this bad. Yeah, we've been talking about this for about 5 days now. We saw two. This is a derecho event happening right now, but we saw another one earlier. I mean, we've had 2 derechos today. We have one that's kind of still ongoing, and we haven't had one derecho the entire year. Derecho is just tornado winds that are just straight line on the surface. You don't even need a tornado, or you can get 100 plus mile per hour gusts on the surface. It can be very dangerous. We've known this has been a possibility for at least 5 days, yeah. Crazy. Denison? Yeah, your most severe weather's over for tonight, which is good. Still having 70 mile per hour observed winds all up and down this boundary. Hopefully, we don't go back to 80, 90 miles per hour, but it's possible. As I said, our winds are intensifying a little bit on the surface. We are still looking. We do still have a pretty significant violent tornado parameter in and around Dallas. So hopefully we don't get any more tornado warnings. Let me just, I'm taking a look at the mesoscale analysis just to see what's happening here. So give me a second. What's happening live here with the air? We've got almost 3,000 surface cape in and around Dallas right now still. So extremely powerful updrafts. We could see a little bit more. There's actually a little bit more surface cape as these storms are moving into a little bit higher instability. right around here, which means we could get stronger updrafts. Maybe we see that hail start to intensify, actually, as we get into Dallas. I'm just reading what's going on here. Give me a second, guys. This is what's kind of, like, I'm able to look with the mesoscale analysis what's actually happening on the surface or in the atmosphere above these storms or in the storms. What's our SIGTOR? SIGTOR is pretty decent just out to the east of Dallas. Potential for strong tornadoes. Large hail parameter is actually very large just out to the east of Dallas. Our large hail parameters out here, Commerce, Sulphur Springs. We could get large hail out here. We'll see. There's potential. Okay. Anyways, sorry. We could see hail. We could. There's actually a little bit more instability down here to the south, but that's also because of we're losing instability. It's the atmosphere up there is getting more stable as these storms move through it. Let me look at one more thing really quickly. Yeah, still got about 3,000 surface cape in and around Dallas. Conroe, Texas tonight. These storms are going to be dying down as they get down there. Not expected to be too bad down there. Just some thunderstorms. Potential for severe, but it's likely just going to be general thunderstorms. All right. It's pretty strong winds moving into Allen. Down towards Plano, Carlton, out towards Saginaw, Watauga, Colleyville. Richardson, you're up next. Yep, DFW timing is around midnight, or I'd say Dallas. Some of these storms may continue to move out to the east of the DFW. Frisco. Yeah, you could see derecho type conditions moving in soon. Actually, no, you guys should be seeing your weather slowly improving. You may have not gotten one of those pocket of 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts, which is good. Still seeing considerable damage threat, 70 mile per hour winds up and down this boundary here. Really all the way up to Honey Grove, yeah. Still some strong storms up here in southern central Oklahoma as well, or southeastern Oklahoma, moving into Boswell, Hugo area. Again, we may see the strongest winds move just through northeastern Dallas. Is there going to be a tornado in southeast Dallas? Impossible to tell. I mean, it's not impossible. We do have a decent violent tornado parameter there, but right now it's not looking... We've seen a ton of radar indicated tornadoes embedded within this, severe wind event and these severe thunderstorms, but haven't seen anything that looked too impressive. So I'm not overly concerned. What's the potential for south of Dallas? We could see considerable damage threat, 70 plus mile per hour winds with 1 to 2 inch hail. Tor possible. But again, with the way these storms are developing right now, southeast Dallas may luck out, but we have to watch how these move. I'm looking at northeast Dallas for potentially wind hail damage. Southwest Fort Worth, you may, again, same with you guys. You do have some storms that are moving east, so these could move in later into the night. We're talking about 2 hours likely. And we could still see a pretty significant damage threat with that, but this damaging wind event up to your north is actually moving out to your northeast, which is good. You should dodge that. Louisville, Texas. I get in a safe spot. You do have some very, very strong winds and potential hail moving in. At least be aware of what's going on. At least be aware of what's going on. Around your home. New considerable severe warning. This is out here in western Texas. Our southern panhandle. To the east of Seminole. La Mesa. These storms are heading out in your direction. 70+ mile per hour gusts observed and inch hail. 2-inch hail heading into Abilene as well. Jess. One second. Jess, I appreciate you. Thank you for the paper crane. Junior Country, I appreciate you guys. Hazlitt. Hazlitt, you're looking good. The strongest thunderstorms are up to your north and east, so thunder showers for you, most likely. You're not even in a severe warning. A lot of rainfall, though, is possible. Euless. It looks like the strongest thunderstorms may stay just to your north and east, but it's going to be a close call. You are in this severe thunderstorm warning. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. Scott, where are you? What, Princeton? Yeah, I mean, Princeton area right now. I don't know. Let's see what we're seeing in Princeton, wind-wise. Radar's not showing much wind-wise in Princeton, but I think the radar could be a little bit off in this area. We have a very kind of I don't know. It's this isn't a very accurate radar through here velocity-wise. There's a lot of distortion to the radar, so it's hard to see what type of winds we have in there. Unfortunately, that happens sometimes.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
Satchsi. I don't know how to spell that. You guys are about 20-30 minutes away from maybe 15-20 minutes away from some pretty strong winds down there. 70+ mile per hour winds. Dallas, we'll see if you get an upgrade again. These storms are bearing in on kind of northern Dallas region. The strongest winds look to stay up into the northeast of Dallas. We do have some more damaging thunderstorms out to your west, though. But I'm more concerned right now. Paris down to Commerce, Greenville, Sulphur Springs, Plano. Little Elm, you're getting out of the bad stuff. Your weather should start improving shortly. Your weather should start improving shortly. Sanger, Texas. You guys are improving. Weather's getting better right now. Scott, I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out a little bit. Glad you're okay out there. Anything severe that's going to hit Rockwell? You guys are pretty close to potentially some 70, 80 mile per hour gusts. I would say derecho wise, we're kind of, these are kind of back down to your just considerable damage threat. So we've had our winds drop off, luckily, as they approach Dallas. Again, we're expecting to potentially see some low level shear intensify as we get into around midnight to 1 a.m. Central. And that's going to be interesting to see what it does to our storms out here if we get a little bit more intensity back or a higher tour chance later into the night. Denison. Let me actually change this one to monitor only so I can actually monitor this better. 1 second, guys. Let's change this to monitor only. I'll turn that back up for me. Okay. Let me just get an update on some of these storms. All 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, which is good right now. So nothing too intense. We've seen a little bit of a downtrend in our storms. Again, could we see a little bit of an uptrend as we move into midnight 1 a.m.? It's possible based on what's happening with our 850 millibar winds. For the moment, though, we are not in any destructive damage threats, which is fantastic. Which is fantastic.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Could you guys hear that warning when it popped up, the sound? Because I was actually going to turn it off for you and just keep it in my ear so I can... Because it's good for me to look over. I like to see what's being updated so I can let you guys know. But you don't need to hear all the sounds. You could hear it? Have it on monitor only. Non-output. Hold up. Let me change this to... Okay, whatever. I'll turn it back down. I should only be able to hear it in my... What I would have to do is... my headphones are plugged into my mic, so the output and input are the same exact source. I would have to plug my headphones directly into my PC so that I have different sources so that I can hear it and you guys can't. But I don't want to do that. I don't feel like... Actually, you know what? I'll do it. Check, check. Can you guys still hear me? Hold up. Desktop audio. Never mind, it's not working. Never mind, it's not working. Fort Worth, you guys are lucking out a little bit right now out in Fort Worth. Now, we did just have a severe thunderstorm warning extended out to the west through Weatherford, just into western Fort Worth, 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts and inch hail. So we could have this storm moving into Fort Worth within the next 2-ish hours. We do have eastern Fort Worth all the way out through Dallas, Mesquite, and Terrell, western Tawakoni, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and 3/4 inch hail. Greenville, everyone out here, we're talking Paris down to Cooper, Greenville, Sulphur Springs. Plano, we do have the potential for 70 plus mile per hour gusts. Our main wind event has died down a little bit, could re-intensify. But as for right now, we're looking pretty good. Looking pretty solid. Plano? Yeah, Plano, you got some strong winds moving in right now. A little bit of a hail core potentially in there as well, too. So we'll see. But not too bad. Not too bad. Again, a lot of the most damaging winds have fallen off for now. So we still do have considerable damage threat from Plano all the way out to Paris, which is something to watch out for. But not too bad. Not too bad.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Tyler, Texas. Look, as we move through the night, let's go into our latest stage triple R and see what it's showing. Okay, the O2Z is loading right now. The O2Z of the HUR is loading right now, so that'll be interesting to see what it shows. Here's the O1. Where these storms look like they're moving into Tyler at around 3 to 4 a.m. Central. So here's what's happening. These storms out to the east actually want to move out to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth, want to continue to move east through Dallas-Fort Worth, which means there is still a potential damaging threat for Dallas-Fort Worth as late as 2 a.m. Central. So Dallas-Fort Worth may not be out of the water for another at least 3 hours. And then after that, you could probably stop worrying as much. Just because based on what the models are seeing, we'll see what the O2Z says. But based on what the models are seeing, they expect this storm out to the west to continue moving east through Dallas and through Fort Worth. So this storm's moving out to the south and east. The strongest, most damaging winds look to potentially skirt. I mean, they're going to move through Dallas, but maybe 60, 70 mile per hour gust potential and not that, destructive winds. But now this wants to move out east as well. And as this moves out east, we're going to have our low-level winds intensifying, like I said, after midnight. So we could still have a damaging threat to Dallas-Fort Worth as late as, like I said, like 2 a.m. Central Time. I will not be on that late, but I will keep you guys updated until then. One second. Do you think I would be good going to sleep for the night in Rockwall? Probably. You've got some strong winds moving through right now. Not a huge tornado threat. So I'd say if you're inside, you're safe, pretty safe right now in Rockwall. Again, around 2 a.m., there's going to be another threat. I would have alerts on, but I'm a little concerned about that Dallas-Fort Worth region again, around 1 to 2 a.m. Central. Depends what's happening if that shear intensifies overnight. It's a little bit of a tough call. Lucia, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Ugh. I think it's time for the shades to go on. Or as some people call them, the hater blockers. Okay. You, Kyle King, you in the back. Thank you for raising your hand. Can I go to bed? I mean, Shelby, you can go to bed. Oh, okay. You're telling me where you are. I always eventually get to the time of night where people are like, can I fall asleep? I feel that. Listen, you're not likely to see too much of an intensity crease moving forward now with the storms moving through you. Around, give or take an hour, 2 a.m. Central Time tonight, give or take 30 minutes. There is the potential for some more severe weather. I think, you know, the way we looked at it, this looked to be your most severe potential, the timing right now. So I'd feel comfortable going to sleep if I was out there. Yeehaw, Random Cowboy. I know I missed that one. I haven't gotten one of those Yali, I think, in like 2 weeks now. This is a huge drought. I'm in a huge drought. These are hard to wear with headphones. Yes, the ski goggles are on. Chat, can you read yourself? Chat, can you see yourself in my goggles? Let me see if I can get a little bit closer. Can you see yourself? Let me see here. Sorry, 1 second. I'll keep answering your questions. Don't worry. Let me just see if you can get a good visual of yourself. 1 second. Oh, here we go. Chat, can you see yourself? Chat, say hi to yourself. Thanks, Marissa. I feel much cooler when I wear these. All right, let me get back to answering questions. Sirens are going off, but I don't know where. Connor, by the way, you spell your name wrong. It's C-O-N-N-O-R, actually. Paris. I'm guessing you mean Paris, Texas, not Paris, France. Sirens are going off. Yeah, sirens will go off for damaging winds moving through. So 70 plus mile per hour gusts. We don't see a tornado. I don't see a tornado embedded anywhere up here. Not impossible, but I don't see it. I don't see it there. Some pretty strong winds are moving, getting in pretty close to downtown Dallas. Pretty close to downtown Dallas. Can I check Nevada, Texas? Nevada? Do you guys call it Nevada or Nevada? I mean, you've probably got some pretty heavy downpours and some windy conditions. Those are going to be slowly improving as we move through the night. Again, we could see around 2 a.m., give or take 30 minutes to an hour. We could see another round of severe weather moving through. B, what's going on? Welcome to the party. B, we saw a double. I don't think you haven't been here all night, have you? We saw a double derecho event earlier. We were seeing 90 to 100 plus mile per hour gusts radar indicated out here, and 90 mile per hour observed, 110 mile per hour radar indicated gusts on the surface out west. At the same time, we were seeing up to 105, 110 mile per hour radar indicated and 90 mile per hour observed winds up here earlier. So we had two derechos at the same exact time out here and out here, and we haven't seen one derecho the entire year. We had two at the same exact time, and they were observed by professional storm chasers. Actually crazy. Actually crazy. We've seen these die down a little bit. Still 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, and we are going to see potentially our 850 millibar low-level jet intensify over the next couple hours with some more storms moving in. So Dallas, you're going to have an event here where we could get some small hail and some damaging wind, certain areas in around Dallas within the next 20 to 30 minutes, and really within the next 10 to 30 minutes, and then depending on where you are in Dallas. And then as we get, and then about an hour, about 2.5 hours, potentially up to 3 hours. I would say 2 to 2.5 hours. We could see another damaging wind, hail, torrent potential around 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Central. Yeah, it was crazy. I took screenshots. I'll put it in the Discord. It was wild what we were seeing. Do you think I think I already answered that one there. Thunder is caused by Oprah. Okay, interesting. Thanks for that. Irving. Yeah, the glasses just came on. I didn't put the glasses on until everything seems safe out here. Irving, you've got some gusty conditions, potentially up to 60 mile per hour gust, inch hail, moving in over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Not looking as bad as it's looking a little bit farther out to the east, so I think you guys are okay. You guys are going to be closer to around 1 a.m. potentially, 1 to 1:30 a.m. for some more strong to severe thunderstorms moving through. Yeah, the glasses are on its go time. Maybe I should have had these on during the more intense period of the night and not now. Maybe I should switch that up. It does make the radar less... the radar... All these screens, I have 3 screens in front of me, and they're all so bright. It does help with the brightness.
This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
1 second, guys. Hold up here. Hold up here. Hold up here. One second.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
You see this, YouTube? It's bright. It's so bright. Guys, it be bright out here. Maybe I should just... Hello? Okay. Addison. Addison, you're looking pretty good. Conditions are going to improve over the next couple hours, and then they might go back downhill as we get into around 1:30 Central. Whenever the weather starts to get crazy, throw the glasses on. Plano, you're getting hit? Yes. Correct. Plano's getting some strong winds, probably very heavy downpours right now. Could be a little hail mixed in there as well. Where am I? I am in your kitchen.
This considerable severe
Duncanville. Duncanville, you've got at least 30 to 45 minutes before these storms move through. The worst of it may move off to your east, but we do have another storm coming in from the west in about an hour and a half that could move through Duncanville with some pretty strong conditions. Let's take a look at all of our latest updates. We've got 60 plus mile per hour gusts in here, 70 conditional. Damage threat up here, stretching all the way from Plano, Allen, Texas, all the way up to about Paris, Texas. 60 to 70 mile per hour gust, 3/4 inch hail moving into the Dallas region right now. Out to the west, out in Weatherford, we do have 70 to 80 mile per hour gust potential out here. And this is moving east towards Dallas-Fort Worth, as I said, over the next hour and a half to 2 hours. We do have some of your average severe thunderstorms out here to the west with 2-inch hail floating around to the northwest of Abilene, so be aware of that. Not looking too bad, though. A little bit of a downtrend. We could see a little bit of an uptrend soon. I'm in Dunkin' Donuts. No, guys, I'm up in up near Philly. Reno, Texas. Lots of thunder and lightning up there. You guys are in the 70 mile per hour conditional. So you could see some strong winds, potential hail, and a tornado threat lasting up there for at least another 30 minutes. Waco, you guys aren't going to see this stuff for a little bit. Let me see how loaded our new HRRR model is on. Still not that loaded. Waco, the thought is as early as maybe 2 a.m., 3, 4 Central. Watch 2 to 4 Central for some strong to severe thunderstorms moving through that region. Some strong winds and hail are still possible, even a small tornado chance. Again, the second line of storms wants to potentially move through the Dallas region as early. I mean, this wants these storms to redevelop when they head through Dallas. Could see a second round there around 1 a.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
What does the brown shading mean? Where? Oh, this is your 5% wind risk. Damaging wind risk.
New information. This flash
All right. Did they extend? No, they didn't extend that. They made that a while ago. Where's our new thunderstorm warning? I think this is the one including Sulphur Springs. All right, so again, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. We're not completely downtrended yet. They just upgraded. Extremely dangerous situation, 80+ mile per hour radar indicated destructive damage threat for Sulphur Springs. Our LLJ is going to start popping up in here and intensifying some of these storms. So Sulphur Springs, you could have 80+ mile per hour gusts on the surface with hail as well. So I'd probably get away from windows in your home. I'd probably get away from windows in your home. The description from the NWS out here for around the Sulphur Springs region. Extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude. It may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This storm has the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. Sulphur Springs. As I said, we'll see a downtrend. We'll see an uptrend. We'll see what happens at around 1 a.m. Not impossible for these storms about to move through Dallas to uptrend. It's looking to me on radar like we might see this go to 70 or 80 mile per hour gusts moving into downtown Dallas right now. But Dallas, these are pretty much on top of you. Right around, they're getting there a little bit early. It was looking like 12 earlier in the day. Then it looked like 11:30. It's going to get there right around 11 p.m. That's why I always say give or take an hour. You never know. These storms speed up and slow down sometimes. Daisy Martinez, I appreciate you. Houston should be good tonight. Houston's look pretty good. Are there any tornadoes in Dallas? No, but there's tornado potential in Dallas. Stephenville, Texas. Yeah, you guys got some strong winds and heavy downpours probably out there right now. It's looking like just thunder showers on the back end of that, but the rainfall could be a lot. Taking a look at our outlook. Look at all this rainfall expected on day one. Tons, because we got up some flash flooding issues here, especially up there. Seymour to Bowie. It's going to be a nice wet day up in the mid-Atlantic in New England tomorrow. And then as we get into day 3 Tuesday, here we go. Look at Texas. Lots of rainfall Tuesday for Texas. Dallas, these storms are moving in. Be prepared. Right now we have 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts and about inch hail.
severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Let's watch as these storms move in here. Are there any? Actually, I mean, it would be dark anyways. I was going to say, are there any cams, traffic cams set up in Dallas? They wouldn't really be able to see them too well. Let me see. Let me pull this up real quick. There's a ton in Dallas. Let's see here. No, I don't want pictures. I want a video camera. One second, guys. 1 second. I'm just trying to see if I can get a quick look at what's going on in Dallas from a couple different areas. These cameras suck. They're not live. Some states have really great traffic cameras. You can pull up and watch it live, and some just do not. That's okay, though. Tyler, Texas. Yeah, these storms are a little bit farther out from you guys right now. If we were to take a look at the latest HRRR for Tyler, Texas, we are looking a little bit closer to, let's see, 1 to 2 a.m. Central. You're still going to have a damaging wind, damaging hail, and potential tornado threat. We've now got an extremely dangerous situation stretched all the way out through Lone Star, Ore City, Longview, Kilgore, Overton and New London, White House, Tyler. Look at that. Tyler, Texas. Speaking of Tyler, you are now in a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indicated 70+ mile per hour gusts. Damage threat considerable. Extremely dangerous situation. Okay. So, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornado can develop quickly. Mods, I spoke about this. I spoke about this northeastern Texas as we got into past around 11 to midnight. We could see our tornado chances increase. Yeah, our low-level jet's gonna punch in here, and we could see some spin-ups down here. So you guys are in a kind of a particularly dangerous situation out here. So hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and buildings. Okay. In some buildings. So everyone out here. Holly Lake, Manola, Winsboro, Pittsburgh, Lone Star, Longview, Kilgore, Overton, White House, Tyler, and everyone in between. Another considerable damage threat. Severe thunderstorm warning has been placed out here. Point down to Emory, Texas, Wills Point, Edgewood, Grand, Saline, Canton, Ben Wheeler, Murchison, Chandler. Lots of areas out here. Canton, yeah. I do think... I'm not really sure why they haven't upgraded this to a considerable in Dallas based on what I'm seeing, but strong winds, small hail. Right now, moving into Dallas, a little bit of a torr potential. They're seeing a little bit of, and you can kind of see on they're looking at this as our kind of larger wind threat. You can see when storms are bent like this, curved like this, that's typically because of these strong downdrafts out ahead of them. So they're pushing into the wind. I appreciate the follows, guys. Appreciate the follows and subs. 200 followers this stream. Wow. New ones. Keller, Texas. You guys are improving throughout the night. We could see this storm that's moving through Weatherford right now. By the way, Weatherford, you're in an extremely dangerous situation. 80+ mile per hour gusts. Inch hail. Weatherford, I should have noted this a little bit earlier. Weatherford should... I think that's what happened. I think I haven't heard my my alerts. I haven't heard my alerts. What did I do? I don't know why my alerts haven't gone on. Weatherford, I'd get to the bottom floor interior of your home. You do have 80 plus mile per hour gusts potentially moving through right now with some large hail. So again, from the NWS, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. We're talking about Weatherford out here, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, Annetta, Texas. So, and that is moving east towards Fort Worth. That's what I'm talking about for Fort Worth, Dallas, as we get into around 12:30 to 1 a.m. Central. Maybe a little earlier because these storms are moving quick. We've got multiple extremely dangerous situations happening all the way basically from Weatherford, Texas, all the way out to Lone Star, Longview, Tyler. Okay, these are all of our severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's a lot of damaging storm potential still out here. Garland and Prosper. Garland, could continue to see some strong winds and heavy downpours. And again, as we get into around 1 a.m., those could intensify. Prosper, your night may be over for severe weather, but you are in a flash flood warning, and not surprising, you're going to have some heavy downpours continuing for a little bit. Warnings will continue to run across the bottom of the stream. It'll show you when it's considerable or extreme damage threat as well, and all the counties involved. Severe thunderstorm watch. It'll go through the tornado watches and warnings. It'll go through the severe thunderstorm watches and warnings, considerable and emergencies. There's a description there. It's a little small. I may end up taking it out, but we'll see. I like it, if you can read it. Yeah, appreciate all the likes over there on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. Rice, Texas. Sorry if I slow down on answering questions every now and then. I answer like hundreds of questions every stream, and my voice gets a little tired. Yeah, Rice, Texas. So we're probably looking closer to 1 a.m. for these storms to move through, and you're gonna have that possibility for tornado, wind and hail, significant tornado, wind and hail. Well, significant hail and significant wind, hail, and tornado chances. I don't think we're gonna have a SIG tour out there, but Buffalo, Texas. Buffalo, Texas. You have very strong winds and some very strong winds potentially moving through right now. We're talking 70 plus mile per hour gusts and almost inch hail. So buckle down for a little bit as this stuff moves over. Again, it's not going to be the entire region that experiences those conditions, but portions, certain areas in the region will. Again, this whole region out here from Lone Star, Pittsburgh, Winnsboro, Emory, down to Wills Point, down here to Gun Barrel City, out to Chandler, White House, Overton, Longview, and everyone in the middle of that is in an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. Same out here in Weatherford, extremely dangerous situation, 80 plus mile per hour gusts. This is not too far from from Fort Worth. Dallas, you're getting some pretty bad conditions right now, probably. Fort Worth will have a chance for tornadoes. I'm concerned about a damaging wind event that's moving east towards you guys right now, though. Now, this thing's going to get... This system moving out to the east is going to kind of attach onto this tail and begin moving to the southeast eventually. We'll see if that does it. How late it does it. But right now, it's heading towards Fort Worth. Let me do a quick... I got to stretch for a second. I got to stand up. My legs hurt. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Done 4 hours of streaming so far today. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'll keep these off for a second. Irving. Yeah, you guys got some pretty nasty conditions in here right now. Again, around 1 a.m., you could see that hail, wind, and tornado threat increase again. Let's take a look at the latest updates with all of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, that's in Texas. I hate that it doesn't show more details in these. Tour possible out here. Let's see if we have anything going on. Clyde Baird, I mean, potential. There's a little bit of rotation out here in these cells. $70, $70, $70, $80. Sulphur Springs, extremely dangerous situation. Again, this is moving out towards Mount Vernon and Yantis, Winsboro, and Como. Very damaging winds heading out there. Straight line winds at the surface. I think we have another one out here as well.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, Weatherford still.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, where was that considerable update? May have been this one down here. This is basically all a considerable or extremely dangerous situation. Thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning. Same with this one out in out just to the west of Fort Worth, heading towards Fort Worth, Arlington. Yeah, Dallas. You have storms in downtown Dallas right now. Okay, so Mesquite, Balk, however you pronounce that, Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth region right now has storms moving through it. We could see, so you're getting what you're getting right now. We could see, again, this storm out to the west move through it around 1 a.m. and cause some more problems. Everyone out if you're in a low-lying area out here too, guys, this is a ton of rainfall. Just understand, we're getting a little bit of lag. Just understand what, oh, it's because this thing won't shut off. Just understand, you know, what usually happens in your area when you get a lot of rainfall, because we're seeing some flash flood warnings pop up across the map now. Why is it so bad? Well, you see this big spinny thing up here? That's an upper level low. Winds rotating counterclockwise around it. And this is the tail of the upper level low. That is basically whipping through the southern plains. You know how when you sit on the back of a school bus and it goes over bumps and turns, it feels more drastic in the back? The end of this tail, okay, is moving very quickly. You can get violent winds along when you have a big upper level low kind of whipping this tail around. And we also have a ton of instability and moisture that had pushed up, that has been pulled up from the Gulf. And they're interacting with each other out here. So you have very buoyant air, allowing for extreme updrafts. And when you get extreme updrafts, you can get extreme downdrafts. So the combination of very fast-moving storms along the tail of this upper level low and extremely strong updrafts and instability, forcing those strong downdrafts can cause for a derecho event, which is what's happening, especially moving easterly or with westerly winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
It's just a nice little setup. Sirens going off in Fort Worth? Correct. Actually, you guys, I was going to say it's for wind, because we've heard sirens going off all night for wind, but there is a radar indicated tornado down here. So we've got 80+ mile per hour gusts observed, and now we have a tornado warning. Actually, Why aren't my alerts working? Oh, I guess they were. Here, new radar indicated tornado. Warning. Again, on the reflectivity, if we have one, it's just here to the east of Baker, moving east towards Winscott, Plover, Wheatland, Lakeshore Estates, Primrose, Boss. This is far southwestern Fort Worth. Far southwestern Metro Fort Worth. Tough to see on the velocities, but we do have a little notch in our storm here, so we may have a tornado on the ground. Weatherford, you have damaging winds moving through you right now. Willow Park, Hudson Oaks, get ready. You have damaging winds moving through that region right now. Moving out east towards Fort Worth. This isn't expected. This tour is expected to move down through far southern Fort Worth Metro. It's moving more towards Burleson, Texas. As I said, I do expect a little bit of an increased tour risk as we move through the night here. Jasper, Texas. I don't think it's going to be too bad that far down south in Jasper, Texas. You're going to get some strong to severe thunderstorms between probably 5 to 7 a.m. Central. You could get some hail. I mean, you're in a 10% or sorry, 15% hail region, 5 to 15%. So there is a chance for some decent hail size. That's a tough call. You're not in that sig hail, but there's still a chance for that. Fort Worth, again, we've got a tornado warning out to the west of Fort Worth, likely to move through the southern Fort Worth area towards Burleson. But we do have 80 to 90 plus mile per hour gusts moving through Weatherford east towards White Settlement and Fort Worth. I'd assume we're about an hour away from those moving through Fort Worth if they get there. 45 minutes to an hour. There's not a tornado warning for the Dallas area right now, no. What I'm confused about is where's our tornado watch? I don't know why there's not a tornado watch out here. Getting bad here in Mesquite. Yeah, you guys have some heavy downpours there. Yeah, you guys have some strong winds moving in.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New Mexico. New Mexico's looking pretty quiet. You got around Fort Sumter, Portales, Clovis. I can't pronounce that. Yeah, some strong thunderstorms. Then up here in the northeast towards Springer, Clayton, you've got some strong thunderstorms, but nothing severe. Here we go. Fort Worth. You are now included in this considerable damage threat severe thunderstorm warning. There you go. I think Dallas will be soon as well. So we have considerable to extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from Fort Townsend, Oklahoma, through Paris, Sulphur Springs, Greenville, Dallas, Arlington, Fort Worth, out to Weatherford. Yeah. Strong winds, strong winds. Just heard tornado sirens in Benbrook. Makes sense. Makes sense. This is likely to move to the south, but we do have a potential tornado on the ground moving east out towards Burleson. So if you're in between, it's hard to tell. Lakeshore Estates, Boss, Crescent, Burleson, this moving out towards that region. We now have an updated extremely dangerous situation. Willow Park, Aledo, Annetta. This extremely dangerous situation is right out there towards western. This could be moving into western Fort Worth, White Settlement. 80 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds, 80 to 90 really. Destructive damage threat. Again, for anyone out here. Flying debris will be dangerous. To those caught without shelter, mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Extremely dangerous situation with tornadoes like winds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. This storm has the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. If you're inside and away from windows, you're going to be fine. Okay. If you're in this tornado warning, get into a basement, get into a shelter, get into an interior closet away from windows. If we're talking about these damaging winds, if you're in a mobile home, you might want to go and get in somewhere else. If you're not, just get away from windows, interior of your home. This is moving out to the east, and you'll be just fine. Towards Lake Worth, Fort Worth, Benbrook, Saginaw, Cressing, Godly, Burleson. Forest Hill. All right, Forest Hill, Forest Hill, Forest Hill. Yeah, these storms are moving out in your direction, okay? So just pay attention. Make sure you have a game plan. Make sure you know where you're going if the winds start to intensify. Again, straight line winds are bad, but if you're inside, you're in a home, usually you're going to be just fine. You just don't want to get caught outside in this. That's all. Give me 1 second. It's been a long stream. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to be right back, okay? I'll be right back, guys. Just a quick reminder. Fort Worth all the way up through Arlington, Dallas, Sulphur Springs, up to Paris, Clarksville, Mount Pleasant region of Texas. We've got considerable to extremely dangerous situation. Thunderstorm warnings. Again, these are straight line winds. If the winds start to pick up, just get into an interior room in your home and you'll be fine. Tornado warning heading out towards Burleson, Texas. Okay, if you're in that tornado warning, again, get into an interior basement or interior room, bottom floor, basement, or storm shelter. I will be right back, guys. Hater blockers.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
Who? Okay, I'm back. Irving, Texas. Let me really quickly, again, just update everyone on what's going on, and then I'll get back to questions. I'll answer Irving, Texas. We do have an extremely dangerous situation. 80 plus mile per hour indicated winds. Radar indicated winds. 70 plus mile per hour, considerable damage winds. This is heading out towards Clay. Okay, so all these major cities out here, we're talking Rio Vista to Grandview to Claiborne, Burleson, Dallas Fort Worth, Haltom City. Never even heard of that. Keller, Lake Worth, White Settlement. We've got some pretty powerful winds moving out to the east here. I'd say 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes maybe. These are moving a little quicker than expected, as these storms have been all night. And I think you guys may be put into a considerable damage threat, or, well, we'll see. Or destructive damage threat out in Dallas, too, as we move forward in time. We still have considerable to destructive damage threats for all of these areas out here. We're talking Tyler to Longview, up through Lone Star, Naples, Mount Pleasant, New Boston, Clarksville. A little bit up here in southeastern Oklahoma as well, but it's not looking too bad. Wright City, Broken Bow, Idabel. These are more general thunderstorm warnings. 60 plus mile per hour winds are possible. All right, 60 plus mile per hour gusts are possible, and inch hail. So, yeah, a lot happening here still.
New information.
And I think I said I was going to answer
Has been updated.
someone about, what was it? Remind me. Livingston, Arlington, Mansfield. Was it Irving? I think it was Irving. Yeah, Irving, you've got, you know, these storms moving out, but you could have some more damaging storms moving in about an hour. Tornado warning in Dallas? I don't think so, unless my warnings are behind. No problem. For anyone in here, by the way, for the first time, I'll keep answering questions. West Fort Worth, yeah, we're talking maybe 25, 30 minutes until potentially destructive winds are moving through. For anyone who's in here, I post updates every single morning, 7, 8 in the morning, on what's going on severe weather-wise for the day, what's going on in the tropics, all that stuff. And I live stream every day to try to answer as many questions as possible. So if you like that, a follow would be greatly appreciated. I appreciate you guys. Would this be a MCS or derecho? This is an MCS. This is an MCS, mesoscale convective system, with derechos embedded in it, basically. So when you're talking 80 plus, this wouldn't really be. We were seeing 90 to 110 mile per hour radar indicated winds earlier out here. That's a derecho. We were seeing it out here as well. That's a derecho. But derechos are supercells that are embedded within the MCS. So this whole thing is an MCS, a mesoscale convective system. All a mesoscale convective system is, all mesoscale means is like a large area of thunderstorms, right? So if you have like thunderstorms, these are isolated. If you have a large area of severe thunderstorms like this, like we have a large widespread thunderstorm right here, this is an MCS. It's a mesoscale. It's just the size of it, convective system. And then certain cells within here could have those 90, 100, 110 mile per hour gusts to the surface. Those are derecho supercells. Yes, sirens can go off. Yes, sirens can go. Thank you, Yali. Sirens can go off for high winds, not only for tornadoes. Yes, there's been, if you guys are indicated in even sometimes 70 plus mile per hour winds, but especially 80 plus mile per hour winds, which we've had all night, tornado sirens will go off, because 80 plus mile per hour gusts are, you're talking above EF0, EF1 winds. So they're tornado like winds at the surface, without there actually being a tornado there. So the tornado sirens are supposed to go off because they can do tornado damage. I like to think straight line winds aren't as damaging as violently rotating winds, though. Well, not I like to think, they're just not, but they're still they can still be very damaging. Grand Prairie. Yeah, Grand Prairie, you probably got some heavy downpours and wind right now. You could see some more damaging storms moving in within the hour. Within an hour. Okay, they dropped that tornado warning. Yeah, it ended. It started and ended very quickly. We definitely had a rotation for a second, but it fell apart. Getting real close to Yali out there. These warnings. Thank you, B. Thanks, mods. Weatherford again. Your night should be improving from here on out. But you probably just saw some pretty severe winds move through there if you're in Weatherford. Anyone in Weatherford, did you get those winds? We now have some of these strongest winds actually moving into... Okay. This is important. This is an important update. Important update. Everyone pay attention. Okay? Important update. Dallas, Fort Worth. You are now in... Fort Worth. You are now in an extremely dangerous situation. 80 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds with hail. We're talking... So Dallas could be next. We'll see if this is going to start moving to the south eventually. May miss Dallas, but Dallas could be next. Rendon, Cannondale, Forest Hill, Elderville, all the areas around these. I'm not going to name every single little city. Fort Worth, White Settlement, Westover Hills, Benbrook, Lake Shores Estates, Primrose. All of you are in an extremely dangerous situation. Destructive damage threat, 80 plus mile per hour radar indicated. Winds with hail. Now, don't freak out. If you're in a home, just get away from your windows, please. Not everyone's going to experience destructive winds, even though you're all in this warning. Some of you may. That's why the warning's out. It's not going to be this entire region, but some people in this area, people within this warning, will experience that. Okay, so the potential in kind of a PDS like this, extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This storm has the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. Again, we're talking Rendon to Kennedale. I'll probably pronounce some of these wrong. Forest Hill up to Fort Worth, White Settlement, Benbrook down to Lake Shore Estates. We are in an extremely dangerous situation. 80 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds, destructive damage threat. I think we just got another upgrade for a destructive damage threat, so let me go out here to the east and take a look. Dallas, you just dropped out of a severe thunderstorm warning, but you'll probably be added into one soon. Weatherford, you're still in that. We still have an extremely dangerous situation pushed out here. So now we're talking about Winsboro up to Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, down to Longview, Kilgore, Overton, Tyler, Holly Ranch Lake. You guys are now in an extremely dangerous situation. Same thing as what I just went over with in Fort Worth. You've got 70, 80 plus mile per hour winds, torr possible, 1 to 2 inch hail. Now, some of you in here may not see bad weather at all. You may just see your general thunderstorms, but there are potentially going to be some cells embedded in here that could do some damage. Just, if you're inside your home, you're going to be fine. I wouldn't be standing next to a window if winds start to get too fast. You can usually hear when the winds are starting to whip fast outside. I'm not saying you have to sit in the center of your home, but if you hear those wind speeds increasing, you'll hear them. If you get 80, 90 plus mile per hour gusts outside, you'll hear it very clearly. I'd get away from windows. When will the storm hit Everman? It's close. 20, 30 minutes maybe. If you are spamming chat, you will get muted. We have a lot of mods in here. Well, we don't have a lot of mods, but the mods are great mods. Top tier. You can ask a question multiple times. Just don't spam it multiple times within like 10 to 20 seconds. If you ask it, wait 30 seconds to a minute. Because I'm trying to answer everyone's questions. Arlington, please. Sirens are going. And I'm also covering a ton of areas out here, guys. So I've probably covered your area. Just listen when I answer some other questions. Yes, people saying sirens are going off. We have no tornado radar indicated tornadoes. Sirens are going off. because of winds, because we have tornado-like wind speeds embedded in some of these storms. Rockwall, your night should be improving. I don't think these storms are going to make it all the way out to Rockwall, but we'll see. I think you're just going to experience heavy rainfall for the rest of the night. Tyler, you are in that extremely dangerous situation now. So we're talking about potentially in 30 minutes to an hour out. I'd say 45 minutes to an hour. You could experience some destructive winds, destructive wind potential out there, and maybe a small tornado chance as well.
Has been updated.
Arlington again, maybe 30 minutes out to your west. Arlington, you're in a considerable damage threat. I think you will be put into this extremely dangerous situation threat soon, depending on if these winds. Yeah, look at this. This right here. I want to take a look at radar Omega. I think wind speeds are higher than they're saying right here. Let's take a look at what the radar is indicating out here, moving into Fort Worth, because I think it could be a little bit worse than what we're seeing. Let's look at the base velocity. All right, we're picking up winds 100 miles per hour, 110 miles per hour on the surface, moving into Benbrook, heading out towards Edgecliff Village. So we've got 100 mile per hour winds at the surface, about 6 to 7 miles away from from downtown Fort Worth. So just make sure you guys listen outside. If you hear the wind start to pick up, get away from your windows. But these winds are moving into Benbrook right now towards Edgecliff Village. Again, radar indicated winds potentially all the way up to 100 to 110 miles per hour. We're talking EF2 plus tornado potential winds 105. Okay, this is updated. We're seeing a little bit of a downtrend, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Now we're still seeing 102 in here just to the west of Benbrook. So still very intense. Very intense. 100 miles per hour. Moving through Benbrook. All right. Let's take a look out here because we've got some pretty strong winds out here too. Okay. Moving out towards Pittsburgh. Dangerfield, Lone Star. We've got extremely powerful winds out here as well. We're talking 80 plus mile per hour gusts, radar indicated in here. Potentially, let's take a look at our high res velocity here. Yeah, we're seeing 85 plus mile per hour gusts about to move into Pittsburgh. That can be pretty damaging. That's why you guys are in that. Where is it? PDS thunderstorm warning, extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get back into weather-wise. And let me see if we have any updated warnings, and then I'll continue to answer your guys' questions. All right, Grandview, Itasca, I don't know how to pronounce that. Rio Vista, Claiborne, Grandview up to Keene, Venus. You guys are now in a considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning. This could go, I think, PDS down here based on what I've seen on the models earlier.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Again, if I'm out here in Pittsburgh, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, Dangerfield, Holly Lake Ranch, Gilmer, Van, Lindale, there is the potential for some very damaging winds moving through soon. Canton, Kemp, Palmer, Waxahachie. Of course, Fort Worth, especially Forest Hill, Edgecliff Village, Everman. You guys could have some seriously very strong winds, 90, 100 mile per hour winds moving, gusts moving through that region very shortly. I feel like I've answered Arlington probably 1,000 times this stream. Let's go to Arlington. Give me a second. Arlington, same thing. You guys are just to the east of Fort Worth. It'll be closer to 30, 40 minutes. Yeah, yep. Strongest winds look to be on the southern section of Fort Worth through here, where we're seeing potential radar indicated tornado winds or potential radar indicated winds of up to 100 plus miles per hour. We'll see it may stay just to the south of Westover Hills and downtown Fort Worth. That's at least what we're looking like right now. Is anyone in stream out here in Edgecliff Village or Benbrook? Anyone out here in Benbrook, Edgecliff Village, Mosel, Forest Hill? Okay. Yeah, I would get away from windows, get into the bottom floor of your home. Again, 100-mile-per-hour winds. These can last in a derecho type event. You could see these last 10 to 20 minutes. 10 to 20 minutes. It's like being in the eye wall of a Cat 2, Cat 3 hurricane. Now, if you're in most structures, buildings will be fine, like apartments. I'm more worried about windows breaking and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Most homes will be fine. Trailer homes could take a lot of damage. Most normal homes, apartment buildings like that'll be fine. I would just stay away from windows.
New information. This severe destructive thunderstorm warning.
All these yellow boxes are warnings. We have a new destructive thunderstorm warning. Again, Dallas or Fort Worth, you are in this destructive warning. Where did we get a new destructive warning? We'll see it pop up in a second. I wonder if they included Dallas in that now. I don't know if they would have, but we'll see in a second. We should have just had an updated destructive warning. Abilene. Abilene observed 80+ mile/hour winds. Moving into Clyde and Baird, observed 80+ mile/hour winds, and potentially moving into Abilene as well, just out to your west. 2 to 3 inch hail, 80+ mile/hour observed winds. So we've got destructive winds out there, destructive winds in and around Fort Worth, destructive winds in and around Sulphur Springs, although I think that's going to drop off. That should be expired. Destructive winds in and around Lone Star out to Gilmer, Holly Ranch, Big Sandy, and Tyler. Moving into the region. It's a little bit breezy out here, guys. Oh, shoot. We're getting rated over on YouTube. What's going on, guys? We got rated. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, guys, I'm going to continue to answer your questions. Just real quick update. We do now have 80+ mile/hour observed winds out here. Merkel out to Abilene. Appreciate the sub. Merkel out to Abilene, Clyde. We do have potentially destructive winds out here. Mansfield up to Fort Worth, Renbrook, White Settlement. Appreciate you guys. Here, I'll turn it down a little bit. We are also looking at potential tour possible out here from Tyler to Longview up to Lone Star with that destructive wind threat, 80+ mile/hour wind. So just a ton going on right now. Really watching Pittsburgh area out towards Lone Star and Ore City as well. Holly Ranch Lake, Gilmer. You can see these velocities are high. All right. If you are in and around Forest Hill, Everman, Edgecliff Village, these winds are moving in now. White Settlement, this is kind of moving into Fort Worth. Again, I think some of the most destructive wind potential could just move just south of Westover Hills in Fort Worth. Love the music. Yeah, I try to make it, take away a little of the anxiety. We can all just have a good time together and cover this. We don't need to all freak out. What's going on, Fry Fam? I'm probably going to cover this. I want to at least cover this for a little bit longer. I'm trying to cover this while we still have this, threat through Dallas, Fort Worth, this very populated area. So I'll be on here for a little bit longer. Any update from McKinney? McKinney, your severe night, severe thunderstorm, tornado, severe chances are pretty much over. We're watching you guys for potential flash flooding now. So your most significant severe weather's over. What's going on, guys? Blondie, Kent Lover. Arlington. I appreciate all the subs over there on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Arlington, you are just outside of this extremely dangerous situation. 80+ mile per hour radar indicated winds. That's a destructive damage threat. It may be extended out east into Arlington and Dallas very shortly. We'll see. You can clearly see very, very high velocity winds moving into Forest Hill, Everman, south of like downtown Fort Worth. I'm seeing a little bit of a interesting look on the radar here. I wonder if we're going to get a tour possible in here near Claiborne. I'll watch that closely. 70+ mile per hour radar indicated winds, though. Damage threat. Down here, Waxahachie, Italy, Blooming Grove, Corsicana. I don't know how to pronounce that, guys. Out towards Athens, Gun Barrel City, Kemp. We are also in a 60 to 70 mile per hour wind, so we're close to being into a considerable damage threat there as well. You can see out here Canton up to Grand Saline, down to Chandler. We are in that as well. And then that 80 mile per hour destructive wind threat out here, pushing from Tyler all the way up to Dangerfield, Lone Star area. Holly Ranch, Gilmer, buckle down for a little bit. You're going to have some strong winds moving in. Did they just include Dallas? I think, let's see. Did they finally move this over to Dallas? I think we're going to get another warning in Dallas here in a second, guys. All right, let me answer questions. Feels like it's picking up in Crowley, South Fort Worth. It should be. It should be. We've got potentially 80+ mile per hour gusts, maybe 2 to 3 miles to the southwest of downtown Fort Worth. Very close. I appreciate all the subs over there on YouTube, guys. I just keep seeing this naked man dancing on my screen. How much longer for Terrell, Texas? Is it Terrell? Well, you guys are getting out of the worst of it. We'll see this storm right here. This kind of section's moving out to the east. So you could see another round of severe weather, although I think this is going to start to dive off to the southeast with the rest of these storms as it moves off further to the east. So I think you're going to be mostly a rain threat out there. Dallas, though, we're still watching, especially South Dallas. I think we're going to get a warning here any second. Yeah, we were picking up, 100 to 110 mile per hour base velocity radar indicated winds around Fort Worth. Can't always believe the radar, but yeah, we were picking up over 100+ mile per hour gusts. So take that with a grain of salt, though, when you're picking it up on the radar. Mackenzie, I appreciate you. Godly, Texas. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, you guys are in that 70 mile per hour radar indicated, so considerable damage threat. Again, I think your severe chances go down a little bit over the next 20 to 30 minutes. We do have some strong cells out here. I do expect these to sort of move more to the south and east as we move through the night. Let's take a look at the latest NAM real quick. Or, the latest HER. I don't know why I said NAM. I think we have the O2Z out, O3Z's loading. So as we continue, as these storms continue to move out to the east, they're going to sort of dive down to the southeast a little bit more. You see that? They're moving east right now. They're going to sort of start to dive down to the southeast. That's just what's just happening to the tail end of this low. So my hope is, and it's a very real possibility, that this destructive kind of almost derecho, another derecho type threat begins to dive down a little bit to the south before it gets back into the Dallas region. But Fort Worth, you've got very strong winds moving in right now. Fort Worth down to Edgecliff Village, Forest Hill, all the way down to Crowley, Everman. We've got some updated, I believe, warnings. So
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
what's going on? What's going on, everyone from Evan's stream? Abilene. Abilene does have a destructive damage threat right now. There's multiple lines of storms that could be packing 2 to 3 inch hail, 80+ mile per hour gusts. So, Puntum, Bard, Clyde, Abilene, Impact, Holly, Markle, all of you need to be paying attention. If you hear those winds whipping, get away from the windows. We don't really have a strong rotation in here, but especially Clyde, Bard out here, could be some very damaging winds. If you hear the winds picking up, get away from the windows. These type of winds can bust out windows for sure. I think I just went over Godly, Texas, like about 4 seconds ago. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. No, yeah, I was saying your severe chances are going down. These destructive storms could make it out to you, but I think they're going to start diving off to the southeast as we move forward about 30-45 minutes. There it is. We were waiting for that. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, Mesquite, Terrell, everyone out here. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, 3/4 inch hail. So they're not extending this extremely dangerous situation out east. And I think it's because they expect this to dive to the south. Again, we'll see. We'll have to watch how this progresses. I will say to people who've just joined too, and I've talked about this a little bit. I was looking at the models, looking at the mesoscale analysis tonight with the chat. Our violent tornado parameter is up down here. We've still got 2,000 to 3,000 surface cape. But what's most significant is our 850 millibar low-level jet is intensifying right now as we speak. It's ramping up from about 40 knots to potentially all the way up to around 75 to 80 knots. So we're going to get some strong low-level shear that, like I said, we've seen it now. We had that lull where we had not even a considerable wind damage threat out here, probably about an hour ago. I said this 850 millibar jet's going to kick in, and that's why we're starting to see these 80+ mile per hour winds again. We have a strong low-level jet. We have strong low-level shear kicking back into this region, and we'll have to continue to watch. Luckily, we haven't seen a lot more strong tornadoes or anything like that, but it's gonna keep these winds and this damaging wind event alive for a little bit. I know some people are surprised how long this is lasting, but that's what's happening. I feel like I've answered this question a lot. Sash, but I keep getting asked it. Sas. How do you spell that? Oh, Sachasi. Gosh, your guys' main severe threat is over tonight. Sachasi. Someone help me. Someone help me. All right, good news. Fort Worth, they've downgraded you to a considerable damage threat, 70+ mile per hour gusts. Good news. I mean, that's not great news, but you know what I mean. It's better than a extremely dangerous situation. Probably still getting some very strong winds in there. Saxy, thank you. Saxa? Is it Sexa or Saxy? Saxy, thank you. I was never going to get that. Crowley. Crowley, pay attention. We've got some strong winds out to your west. So we could continue to see that threat over the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then we're going to go into kind of a flash flood threat out there after that. I wish it would have weekend. Appreciate the follows and subs, guys. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. Granbury, Texas. Granbury, Texas. You're slowly looking a little bit better. As I said, we have some very severe thunderstorms out to your west. These are those 80+ mile per hour observed winds. So, destructive damage threat. These are expected to dive down a little bit to the south, but we're going to have to keep our eyes on those because there could be another threat over the next hour or two for you guys. Another severe threat. Burleson area. You guys should have some very strong winds moving through you right now. If that's where you are. The winds could continue to intensify over the next probably 10, 15, 20 minutes before your severe threat starts to die down. Again, we're watching these storms out to your west over the next hour or two to see, really over the next hour, hour and a half to see if they move back into your region. Perlin? You guys are looking pretty good for the night. Ken, I appreciate you. Jess, I appreciate you. Kat, I appreciate you. Ash, I appreciate you. You weren't streaming when I subscribed, so I never got my dancing Shirtless man. Just unsubscribe and resubscribe. Here. You know what I'm going to do? Wait. Don't do it yet. Okay, unsubscribe and resubscribe right now. I'm going to make him full screen. Do you think that'll work, though? Okay, unsubscribe and resubscribe. I just want to see what happens. Let's see if it works. Fort Worth, Texas. Yeah, you guys have some damaging winds moving through right now. So just stay alert over the next 15 to 20 minutes until this stuff passes through. You did it? Oh, it didn't pop up. Oh, man. That's weird. That's weird. Plano, Texas. Yeah, you're gonna experience some thunder showers, general showers for the rest of the night. You're in that sphere. You're in that flash flood warning, so just be aware of that. That's your biggest threat at this point. Just imagine one of those for me. Yeah. Everman. Yeah, you guys got some strong winds in there. We got another at least 15 to 20 minutes of strong winds, heavy downpours for you. Same type of thing. We'll have to see if these destructive storms kind of hold their strength as they move out to the east over the next hour. I do expect them to dive to the south, though. All right, guys, give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm gonna make my my sub Dancing Naked Man full screen for anyone who subs on YouTube, but I'll be right back. Okay, give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Where did I put it? All right, chat it back. What I miss? 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 All right, updates. We still have okay, 2 to 3 inch hail out here, and I'll get back to your questions. 2 to 3 inch hail out here. Barrett, Clyde, Abilene, with 80+ mph winds, so destructive damage threat. Fort Worth, you're still in that 70 mph radar indicated wind, around inch hail. Severe thunderstorm warning. We've got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings spread wide and far, pretty much all through here. Down Fort Worth, all the way down to Claiborne, Corsicana, out through Tyler. We actually still have this 80+ mph radar indicated wind destructive damage threat, Tyler to Longview, all the way up towards Dangerfield. And if you are up here, well, yeah, if you're up here, DeKalb, New Boston, Naples, Clarksville, moving out towards Texarkana, we've got 60+ mph radar indicated winds and inch hail. Let's see here. Crowley. Oh, wait. Tornado Explorer. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. You have access to the Discord if you want to join it. As long as your Discord's attached, or as long as your Discord's connected to the YouTube, you can jump into our Discord, Connor's Climate Corner HQ, and check it out. It's a pretty cool Discord. A lot of fun people in there. I appreciate the support. Let me get to answering everyone's questions. I love how, like, the YouTube side of thing, you guys are all just, like, joking around with each other. Like, Lisa, I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. You guys are... Wow. I appreciate that. Yeah. Hallsville, Texas. I feel like I was just answering a question and I forgot because of that. I'm sorry if I did. Oh, wow. Still very, very, very strong winds moving into Ore City. This is probably about 30 minutes away from Hallsville, Texas. Or about 30 minutes away from Hallsville, Texas. So just be aware of that. You're probably going to get put into this destructive damage potential severe thunderstorm warning here soon. So, yeah, 80+ mph radar indicated winds. Let me actually move over really quickly to radar Omega, and I want to see what we're seeing down there in the base velocity. Yep, 70 to 80 mph winds, base velocity. Approaching 90 high res. Yep. These are definitely have destructive wind potential. So Ore City, I'm guessing that's Union Grove and not Onion Grove, but I wanted to call it Onion Grove so bad. Gladewater, Kilgore, Longview, Marshall, Jefferson. Just get ready. We have some pretty strong winds moving in. Tyler and Overton as well. Yeah, Discord's cool. We've got updates every single morning in there about what's going on throughout the day. Temperatures, severe, hurricane, Enzo, everything. Every single day. Yeah, base velocity is a little bit wild. Benbrook. You guys are looking pretty good out here in Benbrook. Again, we're watching these storms out here to see what direction they're moving. But I think these things are going to be diving down to the southeast. I think Benbrook, you're really just going to have a potential flash flooding issue throughout the night. We'll have to watch that. But main damage or main severe threat looks to be over. Dallas, these storms are starting to move to your south too. So I think Dallas, we're going to be good as well. I think Dallas, we're going to be improving throughout the night now. Just a lot of rainfall. How's Burleson looking? Probably some heavy winds and downpours right now. But again, I think that all these areas are just going to be improving moving forward. Now, you're getting a little more stability moving into the region. Your instability is out ahead of this line. So, not overly concerned that much about Burleson anymore. Again, I think a lot of these areas are going to experience flash flooding here and there, so we got to watch that. Lots of rainfall. Lots of heavy downpours right now. Is Waco in the clear for tonight? Well, no, these storms haven't made it over to Waco yet, so Waco should probably pay attention a little bit longer. Let's actually look at that really quickly. Look at our latest HRRR model. 03Z's loading. Will it take me down to Waco? Let's see. All right, let's go into 02Z. There we go. Waco. Strong to severe thunderstorms could be knocking on your door at around 3 Central. Give or take 30 minutes, I'd say. Not even an hour. Around 3 a.m. Central. We could still have a significant wind and hail threat at that point and a small tor threat. Tyler, we're looking like now. Let's get back over to weather-wise. Yeah. There you go. Now, the highest velocities look like they're moving through Ore Cities, Union Grove, Gladewater, Winona. But, Tyler, we could see some destructive winds moving through your region, so I'd be careful and I'd just be aware of what's going on outside. Still looking like some pretty high velocity winds moving down to the southeast towards Maypearl, Grandview, Itasca, Waxahachie. Hey, people who are always in Evan, Fry Fam, is that what you guys call? Evan, people who are in Evan's stream. Does he have as much trouble pronouncing city names as I do? Or is that just me? Colleen, I can go over that 1 second. I need to know because, like, my pronunciation is so bad. He does? Okay, good. Oh my God, my pronunciation is so bad. And listen, I went to school for meteorology, right? I have always been good. I've always been good at English. Or not English, sorry. I've always, see, my English is bad. I couldn't even say the right word. I've always been good at math and science. Especially math. I love math. I remember taking the FCAT in Florida, and you know what that is, standardized tests. I couldn't pass the English FCAT, and I would almost ace. Wouldn't miss a question on the math FCAT. And my teachers were like, what is wrong with this kid? I was like, I don't do books and reading. I don't do like language. I just math and science I love. It's just, that's the brain. You know, everyone has a different brain. I don't have words. They diagnosed me with like dyslexia when I was little too with words, but I don't know about that. I just think I don't like reading. It's just my ADHD. I think that's my personal opinion. Anyways, now that you all know that. Crowley, Texas. Yeah, I said I was going to go over something else too. Was it Irving? Irving's looking good. Crowley. Irving's looking like a lot of rain. Crowley, you're going to be slowly improving throughout the night. Just a ton of rainfall. Your major severe threat is over with. Yeah, some places don't sound exactly how it's spelled. Bowie earlier. There's a city in Texas called B-O-W-I-E, and I pronounced it Bowie. And apparently it's pronounced Bowie. B-O-W-I-E. How would you guys pronounce that? B-O-W-I-E. Bowie. But apparently it's pronounced Bowie. Laddie, I appreciate you. Donnie. My ace subject was... I'm great with math and science, not English. Yeah, I spill all. Exactly. I always say too much. Hearst. Sure, let's check out Hearst. By the way, I'm not picking favorites on the questions I'm answering. I just look at the chat and answer the questions that I see. Hearst, you still got some probably heavy downpours, some strong winds. But again, we're watching flash flooding potential up here now. Your most significant severe threat is moving away. Yeah, it's spelled B-O-W-I-E, but everyone was saying it was Bowie. That's still annoying me. I'm a math genius. Jared, you're also extremely humble. I can tell. Robbie? Bet you all your friends call you Humble Jared. Let's see here. A little bit of rotation here and a little bit of a... Oh, no, I think we're okay here. Robbie, yeah, you guys got 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds, inch hail. General, what I call these your general severe thunderstorm warning. So could get a little sketchy outside, but not looking too damaging out here right now. A little bit of hail's possible, some strong winds. Shreveport. Are these storms getting that far out? Oh, yeah, look at this. Shreveport, you're just on the edge of this destructive damage threat severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, they're really extended this out through Jacksonville, Rusk, Carthage, Henderson, and Marshall, Texas. Pushing out towards Shreveport, Louisiana. You can tell. I mean, listen. You look at radar enough, you can tell that this thing is packing winds. The way the shape of this right here. This, how fast is this moving at this point? This has to be flying. 40 miles per hour. I think it's probably going a little bit quicker than that. But Longview, Tyler, Gladewater, Lone Star, Jefferson, Kilgore, White House, Overton. Damaging, destructive winds moving into your region. Just be aware of that, please. Get away from windows. A lot of times, you know, if you really hear the winds pick up, I'd get into an interior of your home, bottom floor. If you hear those winds starting to really whip up in that area. It was Colleen. Someone asked me about Colleen earlier. I just remembered. You guys are looking fine down there. I mean, we can look at the timeline for tonight for Colleen. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, looking like potentially 4 a.m. Central, give or take 30 minutes to 45 minutes. We could have stronger severe thunderstorms moving into Colleen. I mean, still is hail and potentially damaging wind threat for you guys. Small torr threat. Wichita Falls, Texas. Wichita Falls, Texas. Yeah, your night's over. Your severe night is... These storms are moving out. Could get a little more thunder showers throughout the night, but you guys are looking pretty good. Tyler, Texas. Oh my God! Wait, why was there so many cowboy hats just sent? Oh my God! Yeehaw, ride 'em cowboy! Yeehaw, ride 'em cowboy! Yeehaw, ride 'em cowboy! Thanks for the cowboy hats over there on TikTok. I appreciate you guys, and I'm sorry that I missed all of those. I apologize. I wish when you guys did that on TikTok, YouTube could see it, so I don't look stupid. Yeah, Wichita Falls is improving. Wichita Falls is improving. Your severe threat is pulling out for the night. Sorry, guys. On YouTube, you know, when they gift me a cowboy hat, I have to do that. It's just part of the thing. Rotan. Yeah, you guys are in the 60 mile per hour radar indicated wind, inch hail, so not too bad. You do have some more thunderstorms out to your west, but really just your general severe thunderstorm warnings. You guys should be good. I just stay alert for a little bit longer. Evan used to have music for the longest time. Yep, so they kept copyright striking him. Okay, yeah, no. Yeah, Evan brought that up to me. He said, well, I don't know if you guys know this, but Evan used to make music. I'm pretty sure Evan was a rapper and produced beats. I have a degree in sound engineering and music production. I have music online. I produced beats and I DJ'd for a very long time. Weird. Me and Evan have like literally the same exact career path. We just like we're in the music industry, and then now we're doing this. Like, I don't know, what are the odds of that? Anyways, it's weird. I talked to him about that, and he was like, why don't we just make our own beats? Why don't we just make our own music? And I was like, I don't know when you have I don't have time to do that, but I mean, that would be fun. No, yeah, I use Pandemic Sounds. I have it linked to all my socials, so they're not supposed to be able to copyright strike it. I haven't had any issues. But Evan has told me that when he was watching my stream, he was like, he wants to add it back into his streams. So I think that's something that he's going to do. But yeah, it's really weird that we both have like the same exact thing. Ferris, Texas. Fort Worth, you guys are improving throughout the night. You guys are just going to have Dallas. You guys are just going to have strong downpours for a while. Ferris, Texas. And Forney. Ferris, Texas. Some strong winds, heavy downpours for a little bit, but your severe threat is kind of moving away. Someone asked about Tyler, Texas a little bit earlier, and I didn't respond, I think. Tyler, Texas. Some strong winds are moving into your area right now. Liberty City, Longview, Milgore could be, or Kilgore, Milgore, could be a little bit more intense. Harleton and Jefferson, Texas, Marshall, Texas as well. We have some damaging winds moving into that region. These are all 80+ mile per hour gust potentials out here. And then I think I told someone I would answer Forney. Did I already answer Forney? Forney, yeah, heavy downpours for the rest of the night. Most of your significant damage threat has passed. This is our main wind event right here.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Later, Jared. Elizabeth asked about Payne Spring, Texas. Payne Spring, Texas. All right, well, you guys got some decent storms moving through now. 60 mile per hour, 60 to 70 mile per hour gust potential, inch hail. You know, the thought is that these stronger storms are going to dive down to your southeast as we move forward in time. So I think conditions are going to slowly improve for you guys from what they are right now. Alvarado, Texas. You guys got some nice weather moving through right now. Your winds are slowly dying down. You're going to see some heavy downpours for a while, and these potential destructive thunderstorms should be diving down to your east as we move forward in time. So your severe threat's starting to fall off. You could see a flash flood threat as we move through the night. No problem, Elizabeth. W Elizabeth for the real question on YouTube. Yeah. I keep looking at YouTube and I'm like, oh, you guys are just talking to each other. But yeah, you guys look like you're going to improve there. Maybe a little bit of increase in wind over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Waxahachie.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Waxahachie, you got some potentially 70 to 80 plus mile per hour winds moving into your region very shortly. I actually think they might upgrade this. Do we not have a yeah, we don't have a destructive damage threat. They may upgrade this out here to kind of a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. These winds moving out to the east that are about to cross what is this, I-35 south Waxahachie. It could be pretty intense, so I'd pay attention for a little bit, know what's going on outside. If you hear high winds, get to the bottom floor interior of a home away from windows. Pretty decent winds potentially moving into Waxahachie here in a second. Joshua, Texas. Yeah, your night should be improving from here on out. We could still get some strong thunderstorms moving in about 45 minutes. I think they may dive just to your south, though. So I think you're going to be dealing with a lot of rainfall. Fort Worth is improving throughout the night now. Fort Worth, you're going to be dealing with some heavy showers, thunder showers, but you should be pretty good. Leilani, I appreciate you. Blondie, I appreciate you. I'm not even home and I'm scared my house is going to blow away. Luckily, you're not in the worst of the wind threat. The worst of the wind threat's out to the east and to the west of you. It looks like you're going to be pretty good there. You're home. Yeah, East Texas. Look at this. This is where I'm really watching. This right here on reflectivity looks impressive. About to move into White House, out towards Jacksonville, Henderson, Carthage, Marshall. This out here looks impressive, and we've got a extremely large destructive damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning out here. We'll see if this moves all the way into Shreveport.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
One second, guys. 1 second. 1 second, guys. One second. Just looking at something. There we go. All right. 4.2 Civic subs. Yeah, you guys have really helped me. I appreciate you. This might be a dumb question, but is an EDS... Well, no. Well, I don't know if you said it. It's PDS. So, particularly dangerous situation. Equivalent to a tornado emergency. Nope. If not so... Yeah, so you know it's PDS. Is it set up... and if not, is it a setup from PDS? So, a PDS... there's like certain things you have to hit to get a PDS. You'll a lot of times see a PDS once you get to that 80 plus mile per hour winds. PDS if they think there's an EF2 plus on the ground. And then tornado emergency if there's an EF2 plus on the ground moving into a largely populated area. So there's a bunch of different kind of things you have to hit to get certain rankings. Yeah, tornado emergency just straight up has to do with if you have an EF2, at least a radar indicated EF2 plus tornado moving into a populated area, they need to put that as a tornado emergency because that can actually do a lot of damage to homes. So, but yeah, PDSs are just a step below that. A lot, yes, and when it comes down to it, a lot of times when we get PDS tornado warnings, we're watching those to see if we end up going Tor emergency. If the PDS tornado warning is moving through a populated area, there's a pretty decent chance it might go Tor emergency. Texarkana? Well, there's not much happening up in Texarkana. Look, you got thunder showers. We do have this 1-inch hail, 60 plus mile per hour gusts up here. But it looks like Texarkana is going to escape with just a lot of rain, thunder, and lightning. Sulphur Springs, yeah, your sirens were going off because of high wind gusts associated with the storm. Like I said earlier, a lot of... Why is it taking me to Sulphur Springs, Alabama? Texas. A lot of... You guys are good, Sulphur Springs. A lot of the tornado sirens today, I know I said a lot of about 50 times. A lot of the tornado sirens today were because of high winds. Once you get 80 plus mile per hour winds, these tornado sirens will go off for that as well. So it doesn't have to be a tornado. Tornado force winds as well. But yeah, Texarkana is just looking like a ton of rainfall and not much of a severe threat. You do have some strong thunderstorms up to the northeast. Maybe they put you in a 60 mile per hour inch hail threat, but it's actually looking not too severe for Texarkana, which is fantastic news. Weird noises out here in Alvarado. Well, yeah, you got some pretty powerful winds out there probably still. Heavy downpours. I don't think you're dealing with any... Yeah, look at that. You got some strong winds still moving through Alvarado. But no Tor on there. We've got observed 80 mile per hour winds right now. Moving just to the southeast of Putnam towards Carbon, Gorman, Eastland, Cisco. Destructive winds. So I would get away from windows if you're out there. Get in a safe spot. 80 plus mile per hour winds recorded out there. If you hear the winds start to pick up, get somewhere safe. Strong winds about to move into Jefferson, Marshall, Longview, Kilgore. You should be getting them now. Overton, White House, they should be moving in just a second. Potentially destructive winds. Yes. Thank you, B. But if the sirens sound for high winds, that's because those winds are potentially moving at tornado speed, EF0, EF1 at least speed along the surface. So it's it can be very similar.
A new
Again,
considerable
straight line
severe
winds typically aren't as
thunderstorm
bad
warning
as
has been
violently rotating winds like a tornado, but the ratios can do a decent amount of damage sometimes. Can I look at Omaha, Texas? Okay. You guys got some decent downpours, probably some strong winds up there right now, but your night is going... You're probably just going to experience some showers, thunder showers throughout the rest of the night. Flash flooding potential up there. I think you are in flash flood warning already, actually. You are. Other severe stuff, not as bad. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, Lynx. Yeah. Well, you know, Tor emergencies and flash flood emergencies haven't been around in the grand scheme of things that
A
long.
new destructive thunderstorm warning has
You
been
know?
issued.
All right, the hater blockers are coming off. We got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Do we have it on the screen? Let's see here. I don't think... I mean, we've had this out here unless they extended it. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, okay. Pay attention.
New information. This
Pay attention.
considerable severe
These winds are really...
thunderstorm
We were
warning
talking about this. Italy, Milford. Blooming Grove, Dawson, Frost. Hillsborough. These winds are intensifying. We now have an extremely dangerous situation. 80 plus mile radar indicated winds. Inch hail, possibly up to 2-inch hail. This is moving down to the southeast. It's currently moving through Italy and Milford towards Blooming Grove, Dawson, Hubbard, Oak Valley, and Corsicana. If I'm saying that wrong, I'm not going to look at chat. I don't care if I'm saying it wrong. I accept it. Again, for those of you who don't know what's going on with this is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. This storm has the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. If you're in a home, you should be fine. If you're away from windows, interior. Okay, I like to say if it's a tornado, get into your basement or your safe spot right away. If you hear these winds start to pick up, get into a safe spot. You'll usually hear them picking up pretty quickly. But this is moving down to the southeast. I believe this is moving at a pretty quick clip. We can take a look at that. This storm is moving at 50 miles per hour. So this storm is booking it down through Italy, Milford. So Blooming Grove, Dawson, Hubbard. You guys look like you're pretty far away. I'd even say Corsicana, Oak Valley. You guys look like you're pretty far away, but this storm is moving. This storm is moving. So now we're dealing with 2 or 3 80 plus mile per hour winds. I prefer PDS. Me too, Tornado Explorer. I prefer PDS over Tornado Emergency any day. Although PDS and Tornado Emergencies, like damage-wise or strength-wise of the tornado, can be exactly the same. A Tornado Emergency is like just held for when it's moving through a populated area.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I like this song. I have to turn it up a little bit. Do you think Northwest PA will get a tornado tomorrow, though? Do I think they'll get I think they'll get tornado warnings tomorrow. Will we get an observed tornado on the ground? I've been so focused on today. What's our outlook again tomorrow? I know we have a little bit of a slight up there. Do we have any Tor risk, though? We do a 2%. Let's play the over-under. I'm taking the over. I'm taking the over. I think we may get at least one observed on the ground up there tomorrow. I was looking at the setup. We've got some nice low-level winds. We got a nice 850 millibar shooting off, ejecting off through there. So I think we might see it observed on the ground. Should they allow us to bet on weather? Or you think that's too controversial? That would actually be really messed up. No, that'd actually be really messed up. I probably wouldn't do it. Like a bunch of people betting on just horrible situations. That's probably not the best thing to do. I always say that though, because like when people ask me my opinion on percentages or like what are the odds of this happening, I go to my, cause like, you know, I go to my gambling brain. Like what's the over under? I can't help it. There's a betting site for weather, unfortunately. Oof. Yeah, it's not very... I'd feel very grimy betting on if we're going to see like a strong tornado or something. I'd feel icky. Again, guys, North Dallas, you guys are good. Just experiencing a lot of thunder showers throughout the rest of the night. How's White House? White House, you got some pretty strong winds moving into you right now. Let's look at the velocities. A lot of these are a lot worse up here. Harleton, Longview, get ready. Liberty City, Kilgore. Yeah, these winds are moving through that area. White House, we're probably going to see some pretty strong winds moving through that region, potentially up to an inch hail. Again, this region right here, though. Marshall, Jefferson, Henderson, get ready. Carthage, about 30 minutes away. Wonder what this is moving at, actually. 40 miles per hour. Sulphur Springs, you guys are good. Just general thunderstorms, thunder showers. Mesquite, not much to talk about in Sulphur Springs at this point other than the flash flood warning. Mesquite, flash flood warning as well, but your severe wind, tornado, hail chances are pretty much gone. I double dude on it. Felt like I was losing my mind. Are you seeing anything major happening towards Hattiesburg, Mississippi? Let's see. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out here. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Wind gusts possible and inch hail. Again, this is what we'd call our general severe thunderstorm warning. Got to take it seriously, though. Could intensify. It is moving out to the east, so Hattiesburg is going to get a little bit windy and have a little bit of a hail potential here. Hutchinson, wait, Hutchins, please. Oh, because you asked so nicely, I have to. Hutchins, you guys are looking good. You're going to have a little bit of a flooding risk throughout the rest of the night, but your major wind, hail, tornado threat has passed. Let's see. I like how everyone's becoming friends in the YouTube chat. Check Tyler, Texas, por favor. Yeah, Tyler, you got some strong winds moving through right now. Heavy, very heavy downpours. Your major severe chances are going down though as you get more of that rain cooled air, stabilizing the atmosphere above your head. So you're going to slowly transition into a flooding threat, and that tor, hail, and wind threat's going to move out. Are the storms expected to weaken before Alexandria, Louisiana?
New information.
Oh my God, I did not mean to go to Alexandria, Egypt, guys. Give me a second. Oh my gosh. Yes, they will weaken before Alexandria, Egypt, in case you were wondering. Yeah, I believe they are. Central Louisiana. Yeah, they should. I mean, you could get some strong to severe thunderstorms moving into that region, potentially around 6, 7 a.m. Central. But it's not going to be like they are out here. Palestine, Texas. I'm going to be getting off here in a second. I've done about almost 6 hours of streaming today, and then I had to make content and do. I've been probably working on streaming or working on weather content for like close to 9 hours today. I'm a little bit tired, and I'm waking up. My alarm goes off in 3.5 hours because I have to wake up and produce and make my and edit my videos and post my videos before my son gets up. So I'm really pushing it. I'm really pushing myself right now. Palestine, Texas. Palestine, Texas. Yeah, you're probably... Oh, they dropped some of this. You do have some strong... Yeah, you got these 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, 1 to 2 inch hail out to your northwest. We may see Sorry, see my voice is, I'm losing my voice. We may see these storms moving into your region in about an hour. I would keep your weather alerts on. I'd stay alert. Again, we have kind of a low-level jet that's been intensifying over the last hour or two. So strong shear through this region. You can sometimes get some good updrafts. Right now, this is our main destructive threat moving into Jefferson, Marshall, Henderson. If you're out here, Oil City, Blanchard, Greenwood, Carthage, Garrison, Center, Nacogdoches, Nacogdoches. Yeah, just be aware that within the next hour-ish, hour and a half, these storms could be coming through with damaging winds and hail. Someone please tell me how to pronounce this one. This has got me. Nacogdoches. Someone's got to know how to pronounce this. Yes, I see you, Waxahachie. We can go over it. Oh, Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches? I kind of got it. Nacogdoches. Okay. Waxahachie. Waxahachie, Texas. You guys are kind of transitioning into that flash flooding threat. Although you could still have some strong downpours and winds right now. But again, this severe threat's moving off to your southeast. It's along this boundary, especially out here. Out here to the west, though, we still have some pretty strong thunderstorms. This could be 80, 90 mile per hour gust in here, although it only says 70 just based on the look of the reflectivity. So Carbon, Eastland, please get in a safe spot, or at least if you hear the wind picking up, get ready to move there. Pretty strong thunderstorms moving into your region. Out towards Strawn as well. We have some strong thunderstorms moving out there. Cross Plains. And then look at this. Decent structure out here. About to move into Merkel, Abilene, and Hawley as well. Hail and wind. Nacogdoches. Is it Nacogdoches? Oh, Nacogdoches? I like that. Tyler, Texas. Yeah, Tyler, Texas, your night should be slowly improving. You're transitioning into that kind of flooding threat away from the tornado, wind, and hail threat. Guys, I do have to get off. I have to be up in a few hours to post updates for tomorrow's severe weather event. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow's severe weather event. So as much as I would love to stay on all night and cover this, I'll tell you right now where obviously you guys know, have a way to get warnings, watches and warnings tonight if you're out here up north central, out here in eastern Texas. The biggest thing I'm watching right now is we've got two dangerous situations. We've got these 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts moving down towards Dawson, Hubbard, Coolidge, Wortham, Blooming Grove. And then out here to the east, we do have some destructive winds moving towards, potentially they could hold on all the way out towards northwestern Louisiana. So we're talking Shreveport, Oil City, Carthage, Timpson, Nacogdoches, Wells. Okay, this line of thunderstorms up here is definitely damaging. Moving out in this direction, you guys know where you are. It will begin to die off as it pushes into Louisiana a little bit, and then as we get down into probably College Station, Huntsville, we're probably going to see a lot of this stuff start to de-intensify, which is good. But I have to get off. I got to go to bed because I got to be up soon to do more of this. Okay. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the guests. Thank you for just being in here. Thank you for, seriously, if you did sub or you did become a member, Connor's Climate Corner HQ, just make sure your Discord is attached to your YouTube. And if you subbed on TikTok, you can just jump right into the Discord. We got a great community in there. We're up tons of weather updates every single day. The NWS bot is attached to it. So, but I will be posting a video early tomorrow, probably around 7:30 Eastern, so around 6:30 Central Time in the morning, on what our severe threat looks like tomorrow, from torr to wind to hail, and what the tropics are looking like as well. And then I'll be streaming tomorrow as well, giving all these updates. So I appreciate all of you. Everyone have a great night. Please stay safe. I'm sure there's some other streamers on right now who are still covering this. You guys are awesome. Seriously, all of you. I appreciate everyone coming over from Evan's stream. Moderators, you're legends. Seriously, I appreciate you. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. See you.